change your mind.
Require my assistance? Bingo! We're gonna be rich.
No time for games.
Inferno! Require my assistance? Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
Greeting, traveler.
No time for games.
The end is coming! Who am I?
Change your mind.
Require my assistance? Bingo! We're gonna be rich. require my assistance? Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
Good afternoon / morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the second installment of the THL Open Series. I am Rob Bobson, and joining me for the first few rounds of this is Force of Will. How are you doing today, man?
Tired. It is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, but I am ready. I'm excited. I am ready to see some great Hearthstone here with the top 16 of the September THL Open Series. And yeah, I'm ready. Let's get this thing going. So,
hell yeah! Right. So before we get started, just a quick shout out to our sponsors, of course. The THL Open Series is being brought to you in conjunction by Team Hearth League and HS Replay. HS Replay have very kindly donated some HS Replay premium time for various placings in this tournament, while some of the packs for the first place winner have been very kindly donated by a Team Hearth League member, Saku, hashtag nicest man in THL.
Yeah. Thank you, Saku. Thank you, HS Replay. Y'all are awesome.
Shout out to those guys. So, quick run through for what the players are competing for today. First place will be getting 15 Boomsday Project packs, 2 months of HS Replay Premium, and 30 points in the THL Open Series. What are we calling those exactly? THL Open Points? THL points?
Yeah, THL Open Points, yes. Yeah, absolutely.
I was unsure of that all through casting yesterday. Well, second place are getting 7 packs, 1 month of HS Replay Premium, 25 points. Third place will get 4 packs, 1 month of Premium, and 23 points. And fourth place will get 2 packs, 1 month, and 20 points. So there is some distinction between third and fourth place. So we may be bringing you the third and fourth place decider match, depending on timing constraints a bit later on.
Yep.
Fifth to 8.
Absolutely.
5th to 8 will be getting 2 packs as well as 15 THL Open points, while the remainder of our top 16 will just be getting themselves 10 THL Open points. Today is the top 16 onwards, of course, as yesterday we had, was it 7 rounds of Swiss?
We had 6 rounds of Swiss. We had 53 people sign in, check in, and play yesterday. So we had 53 players, got through 6 rounds of Swiss, and now we have cut to a top 16. Fortunately, we had a couple of our original top 16 were not able to make it today, so those have been replaced with the
seeds.
The next seeds. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, they are replacing directly for the spot that player was not able to make. But we have do we have a bracket to throw up, or can we show the bracket, or
I don't have it ready to show people, okay. Unfortunately, so no.
Okay, so we'll just hit bracket in Twitch, and we'll make sure that we have the correct bracket linked for you. But we're gonna start off with a very exciting one, I gotta say today. We're gonna start off with Tom Locke of Swagoy versus Excelsior. So, do you want to tell us a little bit about what these players are bringing to this matchup?
Certainly. So, these two players have gone for, well, they've both got some pretty tried and true decks with, I'm going to say, one slightly off the wall inclusion. Excelsior has gone for just straight up full aggro lineup. He's got a token druid, he's got a secret hunter, he's got an odd paladin, and he's got an odd rogue. with, I do believe, like, nothing really too crazy in any of those decks. They're all just kind of like tried and true, plenty of Blood Knights, some Mossy Horrors, just stuff to allow him to hit the face as much as possible. While on the flip side, we have Mr. Tom Locke, who has gone for 3 aggro decks and a Shadowwalk Shaman of all the combination of things to go for. So he's got himself a Token Druid as well, as it's just probably one of the best decks in the game. He has a Odd Rogue as well, and he has a Zoo Warlock, as well as the aforementioned Shadowwalk Shaman. So it's going to be interesting to see how that Shaman holds up against Excelsior's full aggro lineup. And we do have bans in.
Yes.
So Excelsior's Odd Rogue has been banned as the probably most aggressive deck of all of those aggro decks Excelsior has. I guess that makes sense, but...
Makes sense.
While Tom Locke has had his Token Druid banned, as his Token Druid would probably kind of have a pretty good shot at every deck in Excelsior's lineup, so no surprises there either. But
this seems reasonable. So
with a Token Druid, Odd Paladin, and Secret Hunter left up, it's going to be, I'm going to say, a bit tough for maybe Tom Locke's either Odd Rogue or his Shadowwalk Shaman to find himself in a good position in this series. So I think Excelsior hasn't the edge after the ban phase, but of course in a game of Hearthstone, anything can realistically happen. And if Tom Locke, especially with Shadowwalk, like that's the deck I'm less concerned about, because Shadowwalk in a best of 5 series can just do some dumb stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, because I would say, and Shadowwalk, depending on the form of Shadowwalk, it sometimes does play a little bit like a control deck. So it might be okay, but the issue is with the aggro decks from Excelsior, that Shadowwalk's going to be under a lot of pressure very quickly.
Yeah, it is the Prince Keleseth version rather than the Wild Pyromancer version. The Wild Pyromancer version, of course, gives you a little bit more game against something like an Odd Paladin. So it just comes down to what order the Shadowwalk Tournament has the right tools to contest most aggro decks. It's just a little bit draw dependent sometimes. So it's just going to come down to that, really. I think we can let our players know that they can ready
absolutely.
up. But
So
they are both
I will give them the go ahead.
They are both awaiting our command to go ahead. So, for your viewing pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have Excelsior on the bottom screen, and we are going to have Tom Locke on the top screen. Now, assuming we don't have any more technical issues, we should be able to get this show on the road.
All right. So I have given them the go ahead. So I gotta make sure they have spectate turned on as well. Hopefully.
Yep.
But I think we're ready to get this thing going.
I believe every round yesterday, we had at least one player who needed to be told, "Turn spectator on. We can't see your cards."
And throughout the day, I do have the bracket up, so I will be giving updates as I see results come in for this. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on this.
So let's get into game one of this best of 5 series.
Excellent. All right, let's get in here. So,
and straight away we can see Excelsior has opted for the Token Druid as probably one of the most consistent decks in the game. I feel that's a pretty good opener. And Tom Locke has, unfortunately for him, queued up the Shadowwalk Shaman, and this is undoubtedly the worst matchup his Shaman has in Excelsior's lineup. So he's not enthralled to see it, and Excelsior does have several very important cards in this matchup already. He has the Nourish to ramp up early, which will get him to 7 mana. Then after that Nourish has been played, he has the Whispering Woods, Soul of the Forest cover, and just right off the top, on turn 2, gets the Wild Growth as well. This is a fantastic opening hand for Excelsior.
Yeah, this is an insane start. Insane start from Excelsior here. Unfortunately, Tom Locke, he's not going to have a lot to do until... I mean, he can play the Life Trigger on turn 4, but by the time he gets to his turn 4, Excelsior probably would have already played the Whisper of the Wilds. and maybe Soul of the Forest.
Yeah, Excelsior is definitely going to be looking to play those two in conjunction with each other, and like he's just going to have ramped up so much mana that Tomlock won't have the mana available him to even answer it efficiently. So I'd be very surprised to see anything except a Nourish come out here for Excelsior.
Yeah, it's like the Gluttonous Ooze is not that big of a threat at this moment. I would like to see the Nourish for mana, and then. Oh wow! Okay, I am shocked here. He nourished 4 cards.
I'm quite surprised at that, but see that's very strange to me because now there's not really a good follow-up play.
No, there's. I mean, what's left now is like you have nothing for turn 6. Like, I mean, you could swipe, I guess, to kill the Sandbinder or the Gluttonous Ooze.
I can
and
swipe
maybe
and Spellstone to clear off both the minions with attack, then you can go Malfurion on the following turn, then you can go Whisper Woods, Soul of the Forest on the following turn after that. So
you know what, and maybe that's what he was setting up for, because if he would have nourished into the Whispering Woods, Soul of the Forest, I think he would have had maybe 4 or 5. This way he'll at least have a full board when he does it. That might be his logic behind doing this.
yeah, but
I agree. I agree with you. No, I still think the correct play was to do the nourish for mana, but
yeah, but what Tomlock is doing here is he is trying to put as many minions on the board as possible, because if he does that, there are going to be more bodies for him to trade into Wisps to pop the death rattle, and then hopefully there'll be some kind of AoE clear comes into his hand very soon. As we can see though, there isn't a single one of them. No Lightning Storm, no Volcano, and Hagatha is still not going to be playable. However, because Excelsior did opt to use Nourish for draw rather than mana, he has allowed the coin Hagatha to be a thing that is playable after he plays Wisp's Soul next turn. So it's getting a little awkward.
yeah.
I think Excelsior's made it a little bit more awkward for himself than it perhaps needed to be.
Yeah, it's like for Tom here is like he could do Grumble here, but I don't think you're ready to Grumble yet. I think he needs more cards, and it looks like he's gonna probably play that Acolyte and try to draw.
Yeah,
maybe even both of them.
Yeah, what he really needs is AoE.
Yep.
And if he does find himself something like Electra Storm Surge, which is probably the most important card in this matchup, he'd be very happy to see something like Electra Lightning Storm, as that is the only answer available for Shadow Orc Shaman to a Wisp's Soul board. And I think Excelsior's really got to go with this Wisp Soul now. It's the most powerful thing he has in his deck. He has a Power of the Wild and the Savage Roar to follow it up. But it looks like he's having some doubts.
Yeah, it looks like.
Ooh, he hovered over the Power of the Wild for a second there. I was getting worried.
Yeah.
I'd like to see him take care of this spell damage totem, because that can really help out the Electra Lightning Storm out if it is there. And the 1 damage to face is not really very consequential right now. Yep, I like that. So Tomlock does have Coin Hagatha available to him, but that right now does not actually clear anything off the board whatsoever. There is a Volcano.
Oh, that's what I say. Well, the volcano's only half good because it can clear a bunch of stuff here. But the problem is that
puts more attack
the
on
death
the
rattles
board.
do not trigger. Yeah, death rattles don't trigger until after the volcano goes off.
Yeah, so if he does kill off this 1/3 with his 3/2, the Volcano would leave 12 attack on the board. So with a double Savage Roar, he would just be dead. With a Savage Roar Branching Parts, would also just be dead. So Tomlock is actually just going to try and fight Ace. Yeah, but again, just not enough mana playable. So
Okay.
Tomlock is just going to go for damage limitation here.
Yep, it's like, and I wonder.
And
Earthshock
with-
is probably an inclusion for this matchup, I would think, but I don't think it matters anymore.
Yep, so this is 6, 16, 18, 28, 31 damage. Oh, I was thinking of with the hero power. With the power of the world, it is even more.
Even better, yeah. Well over lethal here.
Yeah, this is 33 damage, I believe. So just like that, Excelsior takes a quick 1-0 with his token druid over Tomlock Shadowhawk Shaman, and that matchup basically went just how we thought it would. Excelsior had a very strong starting hand, and Shadowhawk Shaman just does not have the tools to deal with that.
No, didn't. Yeah, and we knew this. We knew going in this was going to be a very poor matchup for the Shutterwalk Shaman. Like, in fact, actually, the Shutterwalk Shaman in Tom Lock's deck is probably the weakest of the decks that he has to go with. Now, thankfully, he'll have some decks down the road like Paladin, where a Volcano will get a lot more benefit out of it. But,
Yep.
but as of right now, he doesn't actually have. It's like.
That token druid was going to be an issue for Tomlock, with his Shadowhawk Shaman and his Odd Rogue both having not great matchups there. The Shadowhawk having a particularly bad one. He would need to get he would have needed to queue exactly Zoo into that token druid to find himself in a favourable position there. And of course, it's Conquest format, so it is pretty random what people will go with. Many pro players, of course, opting to just randomly choose a deck using random.org or something, and Tomlock looks like he is acknowledging that the Shadowhawk Shaman is probably his weakest deck, so he's just going to keep queuing it until it gets a win. Nothing particularly interesting in Tomlock's opening hand. Probably going to throw all of this away. The Glacial Shard just dies to half of a hero power, of course. While Excelsior has one of the interesting tech cards in the Boisterous Bard.
Yes, that's a relatively new inclusion. I've seen it mentioned.
It's been like around for quite a while. It just never really saw that much prominence. Like it's really good in some matchups, but it's really inconsequential in quite a lot of others. So it never became like the core inclusion that some other cards like Raid Leader became.
Yeah, not surprised. I think he's gonna toss all that back. Actually, overall, Excelsior again has another great starting hand here.
Yeah, he's got a 1-drop. He's got a Corridor Creeper. He has an Unidentified Maul, which we will see becomes a Purifier's Maul, the best one. And he's got a Raid Leader for any future burst. Well, again, Tomlock has a whole hand of nothing.
Nothing. Yep.
Like literally nothing playable. None of these cards impact an opponent's board, which is really what Tomlock needs. He just needs that AoE.
This is a match. Last game we talked about how poor the Volcano was without the Electro Storm Surge, so that all the Death Rattles trigger first. This match, a Volcano is actually pretty decent because there's no way to, as long as you can get it before a level up.
Yeah. But with Excelsior on the coin, he is going to have the option of coining a 5-drop before the Volcano comes out, should that situation arise. This is one matchup where an odd Paladin often likes to be going second. And we can see for the Purifier's Maul, this is a matchup where Lightning Storm is usually fantastic, but when everything has Divine Shield, Lightning Storm doesn't really do very much.
No, it doesn't. I will say, just looking through my deck tracker and seeing the mulligan, are you surprised he actually threw back the Healing Rain from the get-go, or is it Volcano just that important that you just have to toss everything out?
Healing Rain is, like, it's a strange card in Shadowhawk Shaman because the healing is very important, but at the same time, 3 mana, don't impact your opponent's board. They'll often just do the 12 damage back again. What Shaman really wants is often to hit Healing Rain or Farsight, because 0 mana heal for 12 is really good.
Sure.
And just the loss of tempo is often too much when you're playing against some of these quite fast aggro decks.
All right. Oh, there's a Farsight. Let's see what he gets. That's a Grumble. 3-mana Grumble's not terrible, but the problem is he has nothing to combine with it at the moment.
Excelsior does have the Purifier's Maul Blood Knight combo, but probably doesn't want to go in too much on that.
Nah, that seems like, especially against, your opponent may be holding a Hex. That sounds like a terrible plan.
Yeah, so if he Hero Power, I think, going for the Hero Power coin Purifier's Maul here.
Yeah, I like this one. Yeah, this is makes a lot more sense.
Although this does, interestingly enough, play directly into Volcano. With the spell damage totem up, there is exactly 16 health currently on the board, and with the spell damage Volcano, that does exactly 16 damage. But it does, of course, play around Lightning Storm, which is half of the concern when you're Excelsior. And this Farsight's going to tell you that that the Volcano is not in hand. And
well, that's part of it. There's the Storm Surge.
Yeah, there's the Electra, which can allow for Electra Lightning Storm to deal with these Divine Shield minions, but Tomlock's going to be very happy to just see no level up snap played there, because level up there would have just been lethal, actually. But there was nothing Tomlock could do to even play around that, because he's had such a weak hand this entire game. And he's just taken so much damage from fairly inconsequential 1/1s. Like, he's gonna have to throw out a healing. Like, he might have to throw out an Electra healing rain.
Actually, yeah, he actually has a very interesting turn-up. He can do Electra, healing rain, and then grumble the Electra back to the hand for another spell down the road.
Or he could play Mind Control Tech.
Or Mind Control Tech, see what happens. Yeah, that works too.
Yeah, just getting any kind of minion presence is crucial for Tomlock, but interestingly enough, by freeing up board space for Excelsior, I think he might actually be helping him out.
He might be, yeah, because...
Like, he's freeing up board space. Of course, he steals the only non-Divide Shield minion out of 7. This is pretty rough.
Yeah, it looks like he's done a Storm Surge healing rain here. I think if you're going to go that route, I still like to grumble it back to your hand so you have it for another AoE later, but...
I think the Mind Control Tech, try and get some board presence, is pretty crucial.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's like...
So now Excelsior has a pretty good-looking raid leader.
Oh yeah, this is an excellent raid leader.
But these Divine Shields have actually kind of hindered him a bit, because he's just not been able to develop. He's not been able to kind of get the hero power train going. And like, it's been good that he's had such a extensive board for the entire game, but he's just not been able to like snowball it through Fungal Monster because he didn't have it. He didn't draw a level up, and he's only now been able to play the raid leader, which we're unsurprisingly going to see come down. And now it's just a matter of to trade or not to trade.
Seems to be to trade is the answer here. Oh no, he's just going to get rid of the one. Interesting. He's going to leave everything else up besides. Actually, that's a pretty good. So, what he could actually freeze out this board just a little bit if he, depending on the route he goes with this.
Yeah, so he can now utilize the Grumble alongside to grumble back Mind Control Tech, steal back some minions. Like, he could play the Glacial Shard before he plays the Grumble.
Yeah, that's what I was wanting to see the Glacial Shard beforehand, but he's actually going to do it this way. But he wants to do this first to get the Mind Control Tech out, so, and then he can freeze whatever's left over.
Tries to roll a Taunt Totem, I presume, and gets out a Glacial Shard. But still not really addressing this board all that much. Finally see a Fungal Monster, but now for Excelsior it's a case of mapping out where his lethal is coming from. He has 5 damage on board, and he has a Vine Cleaver in hand. He has a Fungal Monster in hand, and he has a Leroy in hand. He's going for the Fungal Monster this turn, maybe will be looking to trade in a 1-1 for a 1-1, play out a Corridor Creeper and play a Righteous Protector to try and defend this board a little bit more.
Yeah,
And
very
then
possibly. It's like,
and then he could send
there's
8 damage face. And then Leroy is another 6 on the following turn. So he just needs to have 3 damage stick around on this board for lethal on the following turn. And of course he's already sealed a Healing Ray, so there's not that much healing left in this deck, besides a second copy of Healing Ray and Hagatha. So I do like this from Excelsior. A Saronite Chain Gang off the top is a huge deal for Tomlock. He can finally get a taunt going, which is something he's just been sorely lacking now. But this Righteous Protector is doing a huge job of just protecting all of Excelsior's minions, and he's had some of these Divine Shield minions since turn 2. They've just been chipping away and chipping away.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. It's like, I think it's definitely the Saronite turn. I guess the question is, do you have to throw a Hex onto
I think
onto one of these 3/3?
I think you absolutely want to Hex one of these minions. Like 3/3s with Divine Shield are definitely hexable, and they are Silverhand recruits as well, which is not inconsequential. Instead, looks like he's opting to Life Drinker, just for the healing, I assume. Nope,
he changed it.
Never too late to change your mind. But now the Vine Cleaver is most assuredly coming out, and Tomlock does have a single copy of Gluttonous Ooze in his hand, but like so many other of his important cards in this matchup, just hasn't been forthcoming.
Nope, has not. No, he needs to.
I wonder whether this Akaros Veteran is going to go face or not.
It appears it's going to.
See, I wouldn't have objected to trading there, because with the Vine Cleaver Leroy, you have lethal set up for the following turn anyway, so managing the board a little bit more would have been acceptable. And now this 3-1 does get a pretty nice trade into your 3-3.
Yeah, problem is now is like he needs another.
Tomlock does need something to do here, and something to do is not forthcoming whatsoever. I believe this Sandbinder will not do anything. He has drawn both Glacial Shards, Grumble, and Electrostorm Surge. So it is now a 4-mana 2/4, as it was in hand even before Keleseth was played. 4-mana 2/4s are not great.
No, definitely not. Now, fortunately, I mean, we know this is lethal anyway because of Leroy in hand, but...
Okay, so the player I was saying before about sending the Akaros face rather than trading has actually just got Excelsior lethal on this turn, so I'll play to him.
Yep. All right. So Excelsior takes game.
He played around with the top deck second Glacial Shard magnificently.
Absolutely. It's like Excelsior. Excelsior up 2-0 now. We are start getting some results in. So Bill Snyder has beaten one of the replacement players, J Squared, 3-0 to advance to the next round. Scritch appears has to have beaten Catman. That's the 3-14 match. So Scritch advances to the top 8.
Nice.
And I'm pretty certain, though I don't have a final on it, I'm pretty certain Blue Sombrero is going to beat Rumham because Rumham has not shown up yet. So.
Excellent job.
Yes.
Excellent job indeed. While in the meantime, Excelsior is very close to beating Tomlock to advance to the top 8 right now. All he has left is his Secret Hunter. While against the Secret Hunter, Tomlock, if nothing else, needs to get an Odd Rogue through. And that's not a particularly fantastic matchup for the Odd Rogue. And a Zoom Warlock, which is, I think, slightly favoured for the Secret Hunter.
So, if you want to give yourself the best chance to win, I'm assuming you have to put Shudderwalk on like your last deck now. You have to move it to like your last chance to pick up ones with your other decks, and then maybe attempt to win with your Shudderwalk in the last deck.
Yeah,
favorable draw.
Shudderwalk probably has the best chance of Tomlock's decks. Like, I believe Shadowwalk is a little bit favored against Secret Hunter because it's quite a reactive deck, and reactive decks normally do well against Secret Hunter because the secrets they can't gain the tempo that the hunter wants, while Odd Rogue like any rogue deck famously cannot deal with Spellstone. But it looks like Tom Neck's gonna try and get a bit of momentum going and go out with the most favored matchup first. Finally gets a Volcano. First time in 3 games.
I would be shocked to see him throw that back. It's gonna be like, where have you been? Please stay. Don't leave me.
I do run this in my decker after all. And interesting, keeps an Earth Shock as a way of.
I say the only reason I can think is maybe for a turn 1 Secret Keeper, maybe.
Potentially, or maybe if there's a particularly scary mole into Razor Maw combo. But Excelsior's got a pretty nice opening hand as it goes.
Yeah, it's like, you want that Spellstone in your hand if you're playing Secret Hunter because you want all your secrets to start triggering that Spellstone so you get the 4 3/3s.
Yep. So Excelsior's just going to be looking for some secrets off this tracking most likely, as well as maybe a Crackling Razor Maw to play alongside these 2 Dire Moles. Kill Command is never an unwelcome sight when you're playing Hunter.
No, but I'm with you. I think you see the tracking here. Try to find a secret. Oh, okay. Actually, he's going to throw out the second Dire Mole and maybe tracking.
Always draw last. Very important.
Oh, well, how about 5 secrets?
Can you get 5 secrets? That's quite a difficult choice for Excelsior. Animal Companion on 3 is a pretty fantastic option a lot of the times. Subject 9 is obviously a very important part of the deck, but it's a little bit slow. And Venom Strike Trap is a secret, but it's probably one of the worst secrets in this matchup. Because of the lack of minion trading.
Usually he's not going to kill the minion. He's going to kill the he's going to AoE your board. Typically.
Yeah, it's going to be a while before that Venom Strike Trap even triggers. Does get a second secret though, so there will be plenty of wolves coming out on the following turn.
Yep. That will power that Spellstone up a little bit here, and he's just going to push 4.
Yeah, and with 2 3 health minions already on the board, he is going to generate a board which is unvolcanoable. Oh, and that second Spellstone just a little too late. Both secrets haven't already been played.
I think he might actually be thinking is like, do you want a flanking strike and just get one? You can kill one of these right now. Versus, he's going to flanking straight one of these that appears. And probably just hold,
Interesting. Obviously, this Saronite Shingeki is going to get frozen back, but Tom looks just going to play a double Life Drinker. Say, alright, your turn.
Ooh, he didn't attack with that. I would be attacking all day on the possibility that's a freezing trap.
Well, there's the freezing trap, but there's also the possibility that it's a wandering monster and you're putting another minion on the board if you attack face, and of course there's Venom Strike Trap, and you don't really want to give your opponent a 2/3 poisonous Cobra. Because just
I wasn't thinking attack face or attack a minion. I was thinking attack face.
Yeah, but then Wandering Monster could give them something quite powerful.
Sure.
Like, the average is a 3/3, and if you attack with a 2/3, then there's a chance that you leave them something on the board to hit you in the face with, as you've just killed off your own taunt. But
very true.
Excelsior is actually going to use his kill command to kill off a minion, and just say, this very heavily telegraphs freezing trap to me.
Oh, there's Volcano. He's got both volcanoes.
Both volcanoes and both lightning storms. This is the hand that Tom Look really wanted in the previous matchup. Or both of them, really. But he's finally got it. Gonna freezing trap, get back this Life Drinker.
And trigger the Venom Strike Trap, which is fine because that's 9. Well, this is exactly 15. This is exactly a 15 board here. So
this is set up absolutely perfectly for Volcano. And now the impetus is on Excelsior to redevelop. He has this... more secrets, more Spellstones.
So, real question is here: do you go ahead and throw that second volcano out, or do you try to roll spell power and lightning storm?
I think I'd go for the lightning storm here. You're under very little pressure right now. 50% of this board is likely to be wiped out unless you get very unlucky. As it turns out,
Rolled high.
Yep, rolled high. So now this is going to allow the next fully upgraded spellstone to just be dealt with Volcano. And then Excelsior has no cards left, and Tomlock is on 28 health, 25 after this wolf attacks in.
Yep, that's going to be a problem.
A problem indeed. So Tomlock could actually attack into this 3-1, trigger either a Snake Trap or a Venom Strike Trap if it was there. But no, doesn't even feel like he needs to. So I think that's a little bit of a sequencing.
A little bit of sequencing error there.
Yeah, I would have attacked first to see whether it was Snake Trap or the second Venom Strike Trap, as both were, but just right off the top for Excelsior, Deathstalker of Exar, that's the card you want when you've just run out of cards.
Yep. What's better than having no cards, having a card that gives you a bunch of cards?
Having infinite cards is pretty good. I think I would have gone for King Mukla there, and if you get an Echo Rush King Mukla against some opponent,
that's pretty good.
Full hand. That's exactly what Excelsior's gone for. Because Tomlock's probably getting one banana out of this at most.
I see Tomlock is actually setting up to potentially Volcano the next turn and draw 6 cards. I mean, he's probably not going to want to now that he's going to get a couple bananas, or 4 bananas.
Yeah.
But
and these King Muklas can actually deal with these Acolytes of Pain to just deny some... Oh, and he's going to use these snakes to mill so many cards. This is really nice from Excelsior. Really nice.
This is going to hurt.
Alright, gets a Chain Gang, gets a Sandbinder, gets a Hex.
It's a Hex.
What else is there going to be? There's going to be 3 more cards milled. And this is going to be... A Gluttonous Ooze, not the worst mill. Electro Storm Surge. And Mind Control Tech. So nothing
overall,
too crucial. For how many cards were milled? For how many cards were just milled?
6
he actually
at
got
least.
very fortunate there. But
Volcano will clear this board up nicely.
Whew. Like, if there was a Grumble there, if there was a Shadowwalk there, that was just...
If it was Grumble or Shadowwalk, this game's over, I think.
Yeah. Secret Keepers is joining the party a little late. And none of these are particularly inspiring, but I think you'll take a 8-drop Stealth. Oh, actually went for the Hyena with Stealth. Stealth Hyenas are scary.
Stealth Hyena is very scary.
Finally get rid of some of these bananas.
We're about to see a Healing Totem kill a Secret Keeper.
As you know, happens all the time. But now it's just going to be generate big thing. Some nice options here.
Yeah, Life Trigger's pretty good.
Life Drinker with Taunt. And
Life Trigger with Taunt.
Buttload of health.
Or Life...
Yep.
Yeah,
8 mana 5/9 with Taunt. Not bad. And I assume base all day, every day. Excelsior has seen a Hex get milled, so I think he's a little less concerned about that. And Tomlock needs to think about exactly how to deal with this board. Like, I think you need to deal with this Hyena.
Yeah, you have to Hex the Hyena. You can't leave a 7-power Hyena on board.
But then you leave a 5/9 on board.
I mean, you could silence the 5/9, but you won't kill it.
But if you silence it, it's still a 5/9.
Yeah, true. It doesn't change it.
Zombies become a separate entity. You don't silence them back to one of the original stat lines. They retain the stat line.
Yeah.
All you silence is any individual effects like Taunt or lifesteal.
I'm trying to think.
Those.
Well, okay, so if he
Could Hex Grumble
if he hex
coin
the
out
5/9,
a life drinker to just try and best combat this board? Like, this Hex has to happen, I think. You can kill off the frog with one of these minions. Actually, just going for the healing rain. And gets a taunt totem. And it's going to get bananaed. So Tomlock has basically cleared out of his head all the rubbish out of his hand now. Give or take one banana. And Excelsior picks up an Eaglehorn bow, and he does know that there's no Gluttonous Ooze in the deck currently. Stampede and Kodo must look pretty good against this board of totems. You have a 50% chance to just hit the taunts to allow this to go face.
Yeah, he actually just went with the low mana. Destroy Murloc, gain +2/+2.
Yeah,
no
it's
Murlocs.
4/4. I guess he's just going to go for that. And just go face.
Yeah, seems reasonable.
There's the big man himself. Shudderwell comes off the top, and
yeah,
I imagine we're going to see a Zola into Grumble this turn.
Yeah,
because
it's got to be.
Tomlock, as one of his Saronite chain gangs, has been destroyed with the Acolyte milling 6 cards previously. There's a very good chance of the Shudderwock missing. So he needs to Grumble this Zola to give himself a 1-mana Zola to allow him to go 9-mana Shudderwock, 1-mana Zola in the moderately likely chance that the first time whiffs, and to give himself the best opportunity. And with so many life drinkers in the pool, it's going to be like a serious health swing as well. And Excelsior needs to kill this Grumble. You never let Grumble survive.
Nope. Yeah, he's gotta finish it off one way or the other. Oh, there's another life drinker. How about life drinker lifesteal?
Yeah,
life drinker with lifesteal. That's a nice little interaction. But it doesn't look like he went that way. It looks like he went with lifesteal rush.
Well, that was the lifesteal one. There were 2 lifesteal options.
Oh, there were 2 lifesteal options. Yeah.
The Vicious Skillhide and the Bloodworm, I believe it's called. The 5-mana 4/4. But now we just got to think about how exactly he wants to sequence this out. So I think he's going to...
Yeah, I think he's going to clear this board, to be honest. Is like...
Oh,
is he actually going to leave... He's going to leave Grumble up. This is a mistake.
Yeah, I think Excelsior just threw the game. To be perfectly honest. That's just wrong. There is no scenario where not killing Grumble is correct. And Excelsior just lost the game.
Yeah, it's like Shudderwock should be coming out like right now.
Yeah, Shudderwock's happening right now. With a coin, he can even play Grumble and then second Shudderwock.
Yep.
Well,
there's it. Well, it's gonna trigger. There we go.
Yep, it's going bananas. All these the Glacial Shard in the pool is going to allow for a little bit more to happen. I'd like to see Tomlock use the coin here first, just to get another Shudderwock in hand.
Yeah. Yep, open up a little bit. Oh, he's actually thinking Grumble now. Okay.
The amusing thing now is, now that there are 2 Grumble Battlecries in the pool, there's a lot less chance for Tomlock to whiff in the future. Because now he's got two Grumbles and a Zola in the Battlecry pool, with only 1 Saronite chain going, but now it doesn't matter. Yep, Excelsior throws down the gate, concede there, and honestly, that was a throw.
Yeah, it was, no. Yeah.
Excelsior had the option there of just killing Grumble.
I mean...
And having seen one chain gang get milled, he should be thinking, okay, like there is a low chance for this Shudderwock to whiff, so I've got to be thinking about how can it not whiff. Grumble staying on the board is that way, and Tomlock would have been just absolutely ecstatic to see that Grumble survive, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like, no, I mean, if any consolation for Excelsior here, it did trigger in the right order to begin with, but you have to at least give yourself that out, and he did not do that.
Yeah, Excelsior just handed the game to him on a plate there. Like, he played very well up to that point. He picked like a lot of good beasts, made like milled of those cards, and made Tomlock's life as difficult as possible, only for that one turn where he just went, actually, here you go. have a point. So now Tomlock is going to queue up his Zoo Warlock. This matchup is pretty even. I think slightly favoured for the Hunter. It all comes down to the secrets, really. This is one matchup where Explosive Trap can be really good. One Ray Monster can be really good.
Yeah, it's like...
This Flame Imp just shuts down this turn 1 Secret Keeper completely.
Yeah, you can't... Yeah, when you're staring at a... actually picks this also. That's a pretty nice pickup for Excelsior. Yeah, once you're staring at Flame Imp across the board, you can't toss out a Secret Keeper. Not without at least having a couple secrets in hand to buff it. Immediately.
Yeah. Tomlock has a lot of healing synergy cards right now, but just no Happy Ghouls, which is what he's going to be really looking for. Excelsior could coin out the Eaglehorn Bow, then the following turn he can play Secret Keeper Venom Strike Trap to summon a 2-3, which will summon a further 2-3, then have the Flanking Strike on the following turn, and then the partially upgraded spells on the following turn. So Excelsior's got himself quite a nice curve here. And Tomlock hasn't really hit the big power spike the Happy Ghoul allows him to. Like, these Voidwalkers are usually pretty nice in aggressive matchups, but not right now. And I actually chooses to tap rather than play out 3 1-drops, which is, I think, playing a little bit passively for this matchup. Tomlock needs to be swarming the board to get the upper hand on Excelsior, because Excelsior's just been given a lot of time here. And this
it's like,
is scary.
Yeah, it's like, turn 5 is coming. You need to get stuff on board to compete against that Spellstone when it comes out.
Yeah, so this Flanking Strike is really nice here. And he can just fully clear the board here. And Excelsior's going to have board advantage going into a Spellstone turn. And, like, that's just lights out for a Zoo.
Yep. Taps again.
I think Tomlock has just... He's zoned in a little too hard on the Happy Ghoul.
Yeah, he is. It's like maybe a little too much, to be honest.
Yeah, like, he's going for the Happy Ghoul, and the Happy Ghoul is a big power swing, but you've got to remember at times that you don't need to rely on that huge tempo swing. And the later that tempo swing comes, the less effective it is. Like, in the early game, you're a lot better off just playing 1-drops. You're a Zoo deck. Like, I don't think there's any way back from this.
It's like, you have the ultimate refill. I mean, you have a hero power that says, pay 2 life, draw a card.
Yeah, just keep summoning stuff. A lot of cheap stuff. And now Tomlock looks like he's going to go for a little bit of board control, but it's looking a little dicey right now. He's played both of his Voidwalkers and one of his Saronite Chain Gangs. So this second Saronite Chain Gang in hand is his final taunt. After this, it's just going to be all face from Excelsior. And he's got another Eaglehorn Bow, he's got an Animal Companion, he's got double Crackling Razor Maw. This is a lot of damage.
It absolutely is, yeah. Let's see what he does. Looks like he's gonna go Crackling Razor Maw here. Maybe look for Wind Fury. Wind Fury is actually a pretty good pickup here.
Wind Fury, and then adapt the Wind Fury one. Oh, See, I would have liked... He could have just adapted that one to try and save it, because the Wind Fury could be kept around to just go face in the future. But he gets a second Wind Fury, so why the hell not?
Never punished.
Nah. All face. Let's go. And Tomlock is very, very, very dead.
Yeah. Yeah,
like,
there's
this Eaglehorn Bow hero power by itself is 1 damage off lethal. And this is what happens when you tap so aggressively. There's the Happy Ghoul, right on time.
It's like...
Yeah, I'm not a fan of how Tomlock has approached this game.
No, and
like, this Voodoo Doctor's been in his hand for the entire game. That was in his opening hand, and it's just getting played right now. But yeah,
Yeah, it's like, even if he clears everything out here, and,
and he discards the Subtle Fire. Yep, that is going to be Excelsior advancing to the top 8 here. With
Yep, Excelsior moves on. So we do have a few more results in real quick. So Rumham did show up. So Blue Sombrero and Rumham is still playing. So they are currently 1-1. So maybe we can jump into their matchup real quick.
Sweet.
But we have Donde, the 1 seed, beating Soflo 3-1. We have Ace 103 beating Lord NT 3-1. Revenant and Imposition are currently, it looks like they're in game 5, 2-2. Currently tied up. Then Chaco has beaten Nate, the other substitution for today. So no plans ruined by the subs who were not able to make it. Chaco does take this and will advance to face Scritch in the next round. So yeah, let's see if we can jump into Blue Sombrero and Rumham real quick.
Sweet. So I'm just going to switch this over for a couple minutes while we get things ready, and we'll be back with you in just a few minutes.
Awesome.
Greeting, traveler.
I have no time for games.
The end is coming! Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
You require my assistance? Adios! We're gonna be rich.
I have no time for games.
Inferno! You require my assistance? Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
Reload!
Hello, everybody, and we have just come back from a quick break, and we're going to be bringing you the remainder of Blue Sombrero versus Rumham in this round of 16 in the September installment of the THL Open Series. I'm still Rububson, and I'm still joined by Force of Will. So,
Hello, everybody.
So what we have far is Rumham is currently 2-1 up on Blue Sombrero. And what Rumham has brought is a pretty... Well, it's a slightly less than conventional aggressive lineup. He does have the Odd Brogue, he does have the Secret Hunter, he's got an Odd Paladin, which is I think a little bit less favoured, and he has an Even Shaman, which I am a big fan of. And it's a pretty greedy mid-range version of it as well. There's a lot of legendaries in here. While Blue Sombrero has gone for a bit more control-y, a lot slower, and he's gone for a big spell mage, a very, very greedy big spell mage at that, with a lot of mid-range threats, but not many control tools. There's even a Prince Keleseth in there, so I can see that deck being one that this is going to struggle against such a really aggressive lineup. He's got an Odd Warrior, which has already won, unsurprisingly, easily the best anti-aggro deck in the game. A Shadowwalk Shaman of his own, and a Token Druid. And from Rumham, his Hunter and his Rogue have already won, while Blue Sombrero's Warrior has already won, unsurprisingly. So it's all down to the Even Shaman versus the Big Spell Mage and the Shadowwalk Shaman. So Even Shaman versus Shadowwalk Shaman, that's not a fun matchup for the Shadowwalk Shaman. There's a lot of damage that they can just send face repeatedly. And when damage is coming from hand, there's not a lot that the Shadowwalk Shaman can really do. Big Spell Mage, when it's built like this, with the Astromancers, the Bright-Eyed Scouts, the Keleseth even, and every possible big drop. So there's Syndragosa, Lich King, Alexstrasza, and Dragoncaller Alara in this deck.
Wow. Very greedy.
Yeah, this is greedy as hell. Of course, there's all of the AoE, where the Dragon's Furies, Blizzards, Meteors, and Flame Strikes, but beyond that, very little in the way of anti-aggro tools. No Doomsayers, no card draw beyond the Bright-Eyed Scouts, and it'd be interesting to see how that one goes. So I think we can let the players know to... Yeah,
let's get started. It's like, I think both of Blue's decks are going to probably struggle against this Even Shaman from Rumham.
Yeah.
This is not going to be a... This is not going to be a fun.
Yeah, and Blue Sombrero's lineup is a little bit odd. Of course, there's no odd decks in there. Ha 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 ha. But it's like half. It's like 3 anti-control decks and then a pure control deck, essentially. Like Big Spell Mage in the current meta has kind of taken up... It's kind of stopped being an anti-aggro deck and it's become a mid-range anti-control deck.
Yes.
While Shadowwalk is obviously anti-control and Token Druid is anti-control, but Odd Warrior is just pure control.
Yep.
So we're going to see a Shaman Mirror Thrall versus Thrall, and we're going to have Rumham on the bottom of your screens and Blue Sombrero on the top. Let's get right into it.
All right, let's do this. Let's see what's going to happen here. So
Rumham has a lot of value in his opening hand, for sure, with double Menacing Nimbus and an Earth and Might to play on those to just generate more Elementals and the Calamos. So this is very elemental heavy already. Blue Sombrero on the flip side has... He's got
very
the Volcano.
Heavy elemental.
Yeah, he's got the Volcano. He's got a Mind Control tech to possibly steal something, should he need to. But Rumham is just going to be looking to snowball this board as much as possible. Because Even Shaman's very capable of just generating boards that are almost immune to Volcano. Even gets himself a 3-drop.
Wow, that's a nice pickup off the Menacing Nimbus here. So, Blue Sombrero, he's going to point out the Acolyte, which I guess theoretically could get him 2 draws.
As we can see, with the Earth and Might in hand, it won't. But it was a nice try nonetheless.
It was a nice thought, but yeah, no. actually, goodness gracious, I'm just realizing how much value production is in Rumham's deck. So this is like a very heavy elemental focused.
Yeah,
Even shaman.
it's a very mid-range elemental oriented. Like he does run double zap as well as double thunderhead. It's a card I'm a big fan of personally, but in this particular matchup, pretty bad. It's very good against like more board oriented aggro decks, like against Odd Paladin or Zoo. It's fantastic, but against a Shadow Up Shaman, almost completely useless, and there's just another Earthen Might, because why the hell not?
Your opponent's one turn off from doing Volcano. I would say if this was going into your opponent's turn 5, I would say, maybe not. But here, sure, knock yourself out.
Nice big 6 drop there.
That's the Frozen Crusher, so.
And then this is just going all face. It gets a Blaze Caller. Wow.
Goodness gracious.
Like Rumham, just off-generated cards can go 4-drop Hero Power into 6-drop, into Blaze Caller, into Calamos. And just keep the Elemental Chain going all the way through. I have Flame Elemental as well. This is a lot of stuff. And Blue Sombrero, like, having his Acolyte being dealt with so comfortably and not getting more than one card looks to be really bad for him here. Because
it's like he really needed that card draw. He needed it desperately, actually.
Yeah, really badly. And just gonna play out this Grave Shambler. Obviously, no weapons in this Even Shaman deck. He has chosen to not run Stormforged Axe for some reason, but probably because it's terrible.
Well, there's Kel'Thuzad.
Yeah. So, I mean, the chain gang's already in hand, so that's one of the main reasons to play Kel'Thuzad's already gone.
Yeah, it's like, well, there might be a second one, hopefully in the deck somewhere. It's like,
but really, I don't think Blue Sombrero has any other option. Just play this Kel'Thuzad to die.
Nope.
This Fire Elemental is going to deal with it comfortably. Then the Blaze Caller is going to be active on the following turn. No, he's actually going for the Frozen Crusher. That's interesting.
Yeah. He's just thinking. He's thinking lethal damage. I think here, if nothing happens. Of course, something is going to happen called Volcano, but he was definitely going for the lethal this turn if it wasn't dealt with.
Yeah, I suppose. Like, can just throw out the Blaze Caller now, or could just Fire Elemental and Hero Power. There's quite a few options available here.
I mean, if he does 5 here, then he's actually setting up for lethal with Calamos, I believe. Because that'll set for a turn. Turn 8 Calamos.
Yeah, he's just going to go for the Fire Elemental first.
Yeah.
And interestingly, now if the buffed Chain Gang does come down, it's just going to be dealt with very nicely by this generated Blaze Caller.
Yeah.
Just the Menacing Numbers has done a huge amount of work in this particular game.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I sort of love Roham's deck here. I might want to take this on a ladder spin because this is
it's pretty sweet.
This is like just value all the way around here. So
I am a big fan of Greed. It's fairly well known, I think. So I'd like to just see the Blaze Caller come down here. He has already seen one mind control tech come down. The way the mind control tech came down was probably a good indicator that it's in Blue Sombrero's hand, the other one.
Yes.
But I don't know if you just Blaze Caller and Totem, there's a 50% chance that they just get Rubbish anyway, and then a further 25% chance that they get a 6/2, which you'll just kill with Hagatha. So
and you've already seen one Volcano, so there's only one more that can even remotely handle this board right now.
Yeah, I think just going as big as possible is the name of the game here. You've seen one Lightning Storm, you've seen one Mind Control Tech, you've seen one Volcano. I think you just got to go for it.
Yeah. So.
Ooh.
Okay.
Looks like he's going for the.
Oh, he's gonna get the Mountain Giant out. So.
And playing the Unbound Elemental does mean that this Elemental Chain survives, but we've got to grumble.
We're
the Chain Gang on the board.
I'm assuming this is going to be Grumble, or swing into the totem, grumble, and play it again.
Or there is possibly a mind control tech option,
It's true.
but really, Boysenberry needs to look at not dying. Gets the
Oh.
worst possible outcome here, and now I think he needs
Yep.
to.
He's got to heal now, because now Blaze Caller, I believe it's just straight lethal. Blaze Caller to kill the taunt, and
He may
Quick
actually
face.
that he may fall. He may think that this chain gang might save him. As we can see with the Calamos in hand, it's going to make very short work of this chain gang, and
all right,
this is not.
it's still
Oh, this
it's
is
still
just
lethal.
lethal.
It's still lethal with Calamos though.
Yep, 2-4
Calamos
goes into
deal
the
three.
3-4. Calamos clears the entire board, and Rumham is going to take this series 3-1.
All right, jumping in quick, done quick.
Glad we could
All
bring you
set
that
here, so-
single game.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I really love this. I really love this even shaman deck. After seeing this, it's like just value upon value upon value throughout the entire match. Is like
That game has possibly just changed my opinion of Menacing Nimbus. I've always been a big advocate that card sucks, but in that particular deck, it actually looks
pretty good.
sweet. Yeah.
All right, so with that, we have, I believe that now wraps up all the results. So the one result we were waiting on was Revenant versus Imposition. And then what I might consider a little bit of a surprise, even though Imposition came in as the 15th seed, Revenant has beaten Imposition 3-2 to move to the top 8. So now we have our top 8 here.
Sweet. Who we got? We've obviously got Rumham, and we've obviously got Excelsior.
So yeah, we have let's see. So we have Donde versus Excelsior, AO versus Bill Snyder, who have already started playing, despite the fact that I asked them please don't start until everybody is ready for the top 8. Revenant versus Rumham, and Scritch versus Chaco. Actually, I gotta be honest, I want to see that Donde Excelsior match. I know we started with Excelsior last time, but maybe we can do Scritch versus Chaco next round.
I'd like to see Scritch versus Chaco.
Yeah.
So I think
So-
we're going to take a
quick break.
10-minute break to get ourselves set up.
And,
we'll be
and actually,
back with the round of 8 in 10 minutes or so. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you shortly.
Greeting, traveler.
I have no time for games.
The end is coming! Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
You require my assistance? Adios! We're gonna be rich.
games.
Inferno! You require my assistance? Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
Greeting, traveler.
I have no time for games.
The end is coming! Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
You require my assistance? Adigo! We're gonna be rich.
I have no time for games.
Inferno! You require my assistance? Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
Greeting, traveler.
I have no time for games.
The end is coming! Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
You require my assistance? A deal! We're gonna be rich.
I have no time for games.
Inferno! You require my assistance? Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the THL September Open Series, and what we're going to be bringing now is the round of 8. I am Robubson and Force of Will has had to go run an errand, so joining me for this round is going to be Risen. How are you today, man?
I'm great. I will do my best to replace Force. So looking forward to seeing. Yeah, the irreplaceable Force of Will, of course.
Yeah, so the game we are going to be bringing you in the round of 8 is going to be Scritch up against Choco. And these two players have brought a little bit different lineups to the ones that we've seen so far on stream. Of course, like, I believe Scritch has brought the first non-token druid of any player that we've seen on stream so far. Instead, he's gone for a taunt druid, alongside an odd rogue, which we've seen plenty of, a secret hunter, which we've also seen plenty of, and even warlock, which we also haven't seen yet. We've only seen a single zoo. Well, on the flip side, Choco has brought token druid, naturally, odd rogue again, secret hunter again, but odd warrior to round up his lineup. So Choco's lineup is just a bit of a mixed bag, really. He's got a fair bit of aggression, then an odd warrior, and we've actually seen quite a few of these 3 aggro, 1 random other decks so far. We saw it with Tom Locke's 3 aggro decks and a Shadowwalk Shaman, and of course that lineup didn't do fantastically well. And we saw Blue Sombrero's 3 anti-control decks with a control deck in there, and of course that didn't do fantastically well either, so be interesting to see if Choco can buck the trend here, while Scritch has gone for a bit more of just a little bit mid-range, a little bit of anti-control. So Scritch is a little bit more of a mixed bag. So I'm not really sure who I'd put in the driver's seat based off the lineups. Do you have any particular favorites from those, Risen?
I mean, my initial impression without actually looking through feature stats or anything, I think Scritch has a slight advantage. The Taunt Druid, if it's left up, should be pretty good against the Odd Warrior. It's a little better than 50-50 against the Token Druid. So he definitely has a lineup where, with even Warlock and Taunt Druid, he could potentially leave the Druid up and go for a different ban. So I think it's close.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, Risen, because we have just got the bans in, and the Taunt Druid and the Odd Warrior are the 2 that have been banned. So we're definitely not going to see that matchup.
All right, then.
Yeah, I think with the Odd Rogue Secret Hunter Even Warlock versus the Odd Rogue Secret Hunter Token Druid, like, obviously 2 of the decks are mirrored, and then we have Even Warlock versus Token Druid, and that's obviously not the best matchup for Token Druid. The inclusion of the Taunt package rather than just Violet Teacher package has made it, I think, a lot more resilient in that particular matchup. But of course, it is a Conquest format, so the matchups you get are often just completely random. So, of course, before we get into the match itself, a little shout out to our sponsors. The THL Open Series is being brought to you by Team Hearth League in conjunction with HS Replay. And HS Replay have very kindly donated many months of HS Replay Premium for many of these players, and the winner of this match will guarantee themselves at least 1 month's HS Replay Premium, as well as 2 packs and 20 THL Open points for the 4th place, 4 packs, 1 month's HS Replay Premium and 23 points for 3rd place, 7 packs and 1 month's HS Replay Premium and 25 points for the 2nd, and then the 1st place victor will get 15 packs, very generously donated by Saku, 2 months of HS Replay Premium and 30 THL Open points, so plenty to play for. And just realised I forgot to mention, all the packs mentioned for the prizes will be from the Boomsday Project expansion, as I think that makes the most sense, really. So, I think we are ready to get right into the game. I'm just going to let the players know that they can get started. And
it's going to be an interesting match. I think a lot of it's going to come down to which decks queue into which decks, because there's a really polarized matchups here.
Yeah, there's quite a few. There's plenty of very good or very bad matchups depending on how you look at things or which side you are on. So it's just going to be a matter of who queues into what, like you say. The players are just preparing, choosing their initial decks, or perhaps going on some kind of randomizer to choose the decks for them. As I think is the best way of doing it. And we are going to have Choco on the bottom of your screens, and we are going to have Scritch at the top. Just getting into spectator mode right now. And what we can see is Choco has queued up his Odd Rogue first, while Scritch has queued up his Secret Hunter. And this is a matchup which is, I'd say, moderately favored for the Secret Hunter, but a lot of that is down to the combination of secrets and Spellstone more than it is the kind of mid-range minion package. And Scritch does not have any of those cards in his hand right now. He does have a couple Diamolds, chooses to hold onto one of them, but does get a Spellstone. And that's really going to be the big one here. While Choco, on the bottom, does not have a 1-drop to play, but he does find one directly off the top there.
Yeah, it's nice when you can just rip one off the top. Yeah, it's Odrogue has a notoriously hard time dealing with a board full of 3/3s, so this could get ugly pretty quick.
Yes, it could. And Scritch, it's going to be interesting to see how Scritch utilizes his mana here, because he has the coin, he has a couple of 1-drops, he has a secret, and he has a Spellstone. So whether he chooses to hold onto the coin to play the Spellstone faster, because this Diamond does not do a very good job of contesting this board alongside the Odrogue's dagger, and just gets immediately dealt with. And I'm not and Scritch has, again, a question of whether he wants to use the coin this turn. Could go Secret Keeper, coin Wandering Monster, could coin out a bow, or he could just tracking and play the Secret Keeper by itself. Secret Keeper by itself is obviously very bad when it comes to this Baku dagger, so I think we can rule out that option. And these turns are very interesting in these kinds of matchups. Like there are so many decisions in just turns 1 and 2 of these very coin flippy aggressive mirrors.
So when you go back and look at replays of a lot of these matches, the first 3 or 4 turns often decide the match. So it's going to be really. I can see why players are taking a lot of time to think here. I'm not sure that I agree with Scritch's play here.
I think, yeah, Choco is just going to hit here and play out Flappy Bird onto an empty board. And I think I do actually like the way that Scritch approached it. He knew that he was going to play the Eaglehorn Bow on the following turn, and the only real punish would have been, I think, the Hedge Clan Thug would have been actually quite bad for him, so think about it. I'm not so sure.
I just think that if you can get those 3s out on turn 4, that is way better than turn 5, and you get them out before the Fungal Mancer turn.
Yeah, but on the flip side of that, if he had not used the coin, he would fall so far behind on the board that there is a good chance that Choco's board that he was allowed to develop in the meantime would just be able to deal with the 3/3s. So like the coin is a very important resource, of course, but I think the way Scritch used it here was appropriate, but it's definitely worth devoting a lot more time to. And Choco here has the option of, does he hit face to see if this is Wandering Monster to possibly get it out the way? Of course, that would just give Scritch an extra bow charge, so it doesn't seem ideal. But it looks like he's actually going for it. I don't think I agree with this at all. Gets really lucky though and lands a 2 health minion.
Yeah, had that been a 3 health minion, which they are on average 3 health, that could have been really bad.
Ooh, and Scritch has I think there was the option there to take Hound Master Sure, but the ability to go Secret Keeper, Secret, and hit this off, upgrade the Spellstone fully going into the following turn was just way too much to pass up. And now, in order to deal with the Secret Keeper, Choco is going to have to attack in it. He's going to have to trigger this Venom Strike Trap, which is going to give another bow charge. This Eaglehorn Bow is getting a lot of value for Scritch already. And Choco runs a lot of 3 health minions, so the more value that gets, the worse it is for him. And of course there is the not inconsequential matter of, he's got to deal with a fully upgraded Spellstone next turn. And right now he just does not have the ability to do that. So this is looking very good for Scritch right now.
Yeah, it definitely looks good for Scritch. I'm even trying to think of how I would approach this Fun Choco, because the way Scritch has played this with the tracking into secret and the how long that card has been in the hand, you can be relatively certain you're seeing 4/3/3s next turn. I don't know if there's any way you can set yourself up to deal with that. So I don't know if you just play as if he doesn't have it and hope for the best, or if you have some way to set up for that.
Yeah, like maybe you think, oh, maybe it's subject 9? Question mark. Oh, there's a mind control tech in this Secret Hunter. I hadn't actually seen that looking at the deck lists initially, but that's pretty interesting. But this is just such a huge board. The Oddbrug needs to have done so much more damage by this point in the game to have a chance. Like, they're evenly on their 23 health right now. And Scritch is 14 power ahead on board. I don't see any way back into this for Choco.
It's interesting because the stats on this match, I think, have it a lot closer than I think it actually is. When I played it, it feels super Secret Hunter favored. I'm sure there's instances where the Secret Hunter doesn't have Wolves on 5 that are a little bit closer, but it feels really bad when you're Oddrogue in this matchup.
Yeah, the Wolves on 5 really do make a difference. And this is a lot of damage that's just going to be hitting Choco right in the face. It quite easily sets up lethal for the following turn.
He had lethal that turn. He missed lethal.
Scritch did in fact miss lethal. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you attack with your minions before you attack with the weapon. Choco's going to throw out the concede there. Scritch did throw out a little bit of BM there. Just messaged me saying we can cut that out. No, my friend, we can't. We are live. with a delay, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah, we are not exactly live, so that's why we're not reading Twitch chat. If anyone has messaged me anything, I'm not ignoring you, I promise.
So Scritch still has, what, Even Warlock and what's the other deck?
The Oddrogue up against this Secret Hunter, Oddrogue, and Token Druid. So the Even Warlock has, I think, like, who would you say is favored out of Even Warlock versus Secret Hunter? I think that one's quite close.
The numbers, I have HS3 play right now, and it says Secret Hunter is a slight favorite over Even Warlock. I think that one is
Oddrogue Mirror.
I like it. I think if on Choco's seat, I queue up the Oddrogue next year. Either end up in a mirror or you end up against Even Warlock, which is a favorable matchup. These Oddrogue mirrors a lot of times come down to who goes first. So I think Scritch already has a pretty significant advantage here, although his opening hand leaves a lot to be desired.
Yep. I am a big fan of the Deadly Poison Keep in the Oddrogue mirror. It just deals so well with everything an Oddrogue can play on turn 3. And
yeah, it deals with everything on the Oddrogue power 3 turns. So.
Yeah, and we say how Scritch's hand lead left a lot to be desired previously. It just got significantly worse. I'm not sure about the Blood Knight Keep, to be perfectly honest, especially not on the coin.
I don't have the deck in front of me, but I mean, you can straight up win the game if somebody plays an Argent Squire earlier and you pop it, but I don't really like the keep either.
Yeah, no, that's why I say you like on the coin. I don't mind the keep of it, because like if someone plays Argent Squire on turn 2, you can coin your own Blood Knight and play it before they play their Blood Knight. But it's just like I would have liked keeping the Deadly Poison over keeping the Blood Knight. Like keeping both would have been probably a little too greedy, and keeping the Blood Knight without a 1-drop was probably also not the best keep. Choco's just going to be able to play out a Flappy Bird here. But Scritch did redraw into his own Deadly Poison, so he is going to be able to handle this.
Do you think, knowing that he's likely to play the Deadly Poison the next turn, he should have hit into the Dire Maul last turn?
Quite potentially, yes.
Okay.
Like, he was maybe thinking that Choco was likely to dagger up on 2, so he'd be able to re-dagger on and Deadly Poison on this turn. But Choco, like, there is only one 3-drop that you conceivably coin out as an odd rogue in the mirror, and that is Vicious Fledgling.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't follow along correctly. I was looking for deck lists. Yeah, I think that's pretty standard.
And having coined out the Fluffy Bird, and it has been dealt with, and now we see the kind of issue with that play. If it is answered, then your curve becomes a lot more awkward. Like, could go for a dagger and salty deckhand on this turn, which is, I think, the play I like the most, because by playing 2 1-health minions, you're kind of forcing your opponent to waste damage from their dagger if they want to deal with these minions. And I like just sending everything to face here. Got the Deadly Poison into Henchclan Thug to follow things up.
Yeah, and like you said, it has to basically waste 3 damage here.
And the Deadly Poison Henchclan Thug here is going to be pretty insane as a swing turn. And this mole has just been chipping and chipping away. I think this mole has done 5 damage at this point to Scritch's face, and still no end in sight.
Yeah, I really think looking back, like Scritch not having a 1-drop on 1 and basically conceding that initiative is really set him back in this match.
Yep, hugely. And that Blood Knight, again, just doing nothing. Like, the Blood Knight on Giggling Inventor is obviously, it's a fantastic turn. But it's only really that good if you have board behind it to kill off the Annoyatrons when you take the Divine Shield away. Just making a big dude in the Odd Rogue mirror is, more times than not, just going to get you Vile Spined.
Yeah, I'm getting sort of robot sounds on mine. I'm not sure if that's what's coming through the stream or not, or if that's on my end.
Oh, I can hear you fine. And the stream is taking my mic directly, so I think it should be fine.
It's probably on my end since I just got kicked out of spectate mode. I apologize. I'll be back in just a minute.
Well, you're not missing all that much. Scritch is he's going to be forced to Vile Spine this 5/5 Henchclan Thug, but still not really doing anything to seize the board back. Choco has double Giggling Inventor in hand, as well as an Ironbeak Owl, an unconventional inclusion, and a Vile Spine Slayer. So just going to have to play out the Giggling Inventor. This is going to probably mean the Blood Knight is finally coming out, but Scritch's health total is getting very, very low. Choco just debating whether he wants to send 2 damage from this dagger to face, or deal with the 1/2. I think he's so strongly ahead he can afford to just board control a little while longer. He's got lethal on the following turn without doing pretty much anything. And Scritch just throws out the concede because he sees there's lethal on board and there is nothing he can do. And he kept that Blood Knight in the mulligan, and it was still in his hand when he conceded. So I think that just goes to show that that was not probably the best keep.
Yeah, I think it was an optimistic keep for certain. It can do a lot of things for you, but it just not having a 1-drop and going first and conceding initiative is so critical. It's a very initiative board centric matchup. If you look at the coin disparity on win percentages and that, just going first and having initiative is a huge advantage in the Odd Rogue mirror.
Yep, absolutely huge. And like I say, he didn't have a 1-drop, and you could argue that he pretty much lost the game at that point. Choco did have a very good hand. He drew into both Henchclan Thugs as well as a Vicious Fledgling, while Scritch didn't really hit his big 3-drop power plays. But you could say that he would have given himself a better chance of hitting one of those had he thrown away the Blood Knight. And drawing Baku in his opening hand obviously didn't do him many favours either.
So Scritch still has the Odd Rogue and Even Warlock, while Choco has the Token Druid and the Secret Hunter.
Yeah, so Scritch going with the Even Lock, which I'm not surprised to see, and Choco going with his own Secret Hunter. His own Secret Hunter, which, as we can see, does include a Black Knight, as well as a Mossy Horror.
Oh, wow.
and a rat trap. So this is a pretty teched out Secret Hunter as they go. The rat trap I can't really see ever getting very much work done in this matchup, however.
I think the Mossy Horror is actually kind of standard in a lot of the lists, but the Rat Trap is unique.
And the Black Knight is very...
And the Black Knight, yeah.
I've never seen that happen before, so... But this is one matchup where it could really pay off, right? There's 4 mana 7/7s, there's Sun Fury Protector, there's... I believe a Bone Mare, there's Lich King, there's a lot of big taunts here, and this Black Knight could actually do some incredible work. So I'm interested to see how that goes. Looks like Choco is going to play out Snipe first here, because he's going to be thinking that one of the most common Eve Unlock turns 3 is tap Vulgar Homunculus. And this is going to remove that right from the equation and give Choco the initiative. Turns out it doesn't happen. So Choco now has the option of, do I play an Eaglehorn Bone here? Or, looks like he's going for the tracking in actually. Gets the second Spellstone.
Oh, wow.
And we can see from Scritch, no Hellfire in hand. Like, this is actually going to be... This Spellstone is actually going to be a problem for Choco. And the way that Choco is piloting this, by getting the Spellstones out as soon as possible to try and force Scritch to have it, is, I think, very much how he should be approaching this. Wouldn't be surprised. Like, now he has the option of coining out a Spellstone to kind of give himself the most chance of Scritch not having it, or taking it a little bit slower. Maybe.
Which Spellstone did you coin out here if you coin it out? I think coin Spellstone is the best play, but I don't know if you do the 3 and test for Hellfire first.
Yeah, I think
or
I
if you do the 4.
Yeah, I like playing the 3 first, as like you're not going to be able to upgrade it further with the way your hand is, like anytime soon. So it makes sense to just get it out now. If there's Hellfire, it'll get played, and then you can play the second Spellstone, and then the chances of a second Hellfire are pretty low. So it looks like Choco is going for a coin, and we'll just see which Spellstone he elects to go for here. It's a pretty tough decision, though. I don't blame him for taking his time on this one.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough decision. I am a bigger fan of using the second Spellstone with 3 wolves, but I think you just kind of have to force Scritch to have an answer here.
Yep, and with Scritch having not really played any cards this game, he can't tap to find the Hellfire. So he's just going to have to attack into a wolf. Draws the Venom Strike, which is actually pretty good against any kind of taunt. Looks like he might have to go for... He can't even go for double Defile here. He might just have to Spellstone a single wolf. And that just feels bad. And if you're Choco, do you just kind of slam the second Spellstone when you've just seen this turn?
I think you can be pretty confident they don't have Hellfire in their hand. I would probably be taking my time a little more on this turn, because I would be curious what my clock is at this point, having seen a Spellstone. I would be debating between sort of like Animal Companion, Hero Power, Push Face, or Spellstone. I don't think I would have gone with Eaglehorn Bow, but Eaglehorn Bow does answer the Drake quite nicely.
Acidic Swampooze does answer the bow quite nicely.
Yes.
Yeah, personally, I would have gone for the second Spellstone, having not seen the Hellfire. Because the longer you leave to play it, the more likely they are to draw one of their 2 copies of Hellfire, and that is the single least likely time they are to have it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can be super confident they don't have it when they didn't play it last turn, and they're going to have 2 more opportunities to draw it with 20 cards in hand, so...
Yeah.
What? 2... I mean, if there's 2 draws of 20 in hand, there's 10% on each one. There's 10% on each one. There's like a 20% chance they draw it about, if I'm doing my math right there.
Sounds correct to me, but I gotta be perfectly honest, I can't quite be bothered to figure it out. But the double Defile is going to allow Scritch to clear the board now. And if he'd played the Rat Trap, it would have gone off. So maybe you should have played the Rat Trap over the Wandering Monster there. There is the option of Mountain Giant Sunfury Protector here. I don't think Scritch has any better options available to him. So do you think we're going to see a Black Knight off the top here, Risen? We don't.
I'm sorry?
I was wondering if we were going to see a Black Knight off the top there.
That would be amazing if we saw the Black Knight off the top.
Gets the
That is probably the one they wanted the least.
Yep. I think what you really want with an upgraded spell stone is always Leok. Huffer's never that bad, but in this scenario it wouldn't have been that great. And do you think you go for a second animal companion here?
Yeah, I think you do go for the second animal companion here.
This Mountain Giant's just being very awkward for Choco to deal with. Like 8 health is just so difficult to deal with, and what he really wanted was the Leok there, so that he could just slam 8 to face and say go. But still no Hellfire in hand for Scritch.
This is still really good though. This sets up lethal for the next turn. I mean, assuming that there's no taunt that goes on board and that they don't have second spellstone. I guess the Shroom Burgers work as well.
Yeah.
It is a lot of assumptions, but
It's going into turn 8 for a Even Lock, and there's a lot that Even Lock can do with 8 mana. There's of course the Bone there, there's something like a double Hooked Reaver, because you haven't actually tested for Hooked Reaver yet. There's Hooked Reaver in any combination of 4-drops essentially, all of which are very powerful. But he does just go for the Hooked Reaver, and with 13 on board, I think the Animal Companion Bow Hero Power should set up lethal anyway. It gets the Huffer.
Do you ever try and trap it into a Black Knight?
What, just for the BM? I don't think so. So Choco is going to go up 2-1 here.
So I'm sure we're going to see the even lock here again from Scritch, knowing that we're going to Token Druid.
Well, there is that, but there is also the counter argument that, you know, the old stipend that, well, I've got to win with the bad matchup anyway, might as well do it first.
That's true. I forget that we're not doing the THL format here, where getting the extra point doesn't really matter. So
the only thing that matters here is the win. Nothing else really matters. So Scritch needs to win Odd Rogue versus Token Druid to advance to the top 4 here. And that's, like we say, it's not a great matchup, but it is winnable. Just stacking like Henchcan Thugs with Fungomancers can just be enough to win you the game. While on the flip side, if the Token Druid does just get something like an early Wisps into Soul of the Forest on the following turn, it's often enough to just win them the game. Or Blood Knight can be hugely impactful in that matchup. Because
and the Token Druid is actually a slower deck than a lot of people give it credit for. It doesn't really get going until some of the later turns. So if it doesn't have answers, you can stick an early Cold Blood. If you get 5 to the face a couple times, it changes the matchup quite a bit.
Yeah, and like I said previously, the taunt-centric version, which is what most people are running now, is actually better. But now that I've actually had a closer look at the deck list, this is not the taunt-centric version. This is the Violet Teacher build, as we can see comes right into hand. And this one has a hugely hard time against even Warlock. So Scritch should at least be feeling good about this particular matchup, and there is even a single copy of Naturalize in the deck, which we see come off the top. That'd be good for dealing with an early giant, if that comes about. It's a very interesting tech conclusion, though.
I've seen some running a 1-up Naturalize just for those sort of situations, or clearing off like a taunt towards the end to push for lethal. I've seen it go in and out of the deck. It's an interesting tech conclusion for sure, although most of the time I think people take Power of the Wild out for it, although this is the Violet Teacher version, so Power of the Wild is a must when you're playing the Violet Teacher version.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I gotta say, I think Power of the Wild is a much better card in this deck than I think Naturalize is.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. I think this version is also better against Odd Rogue if we're looking ahead, which I realize we're not necessarily on match 5 yet, but if the stats bear out, I think the Violet Teacher build is better against Odd Rogue than the Taunt build.
Yeah, but what we've also got to consider is, looking at Choco's deck list, the card he has removed for this Naturalize is actually the Spellstone. He's only running one of those. And that's one of the most important cards against an Odd Rogue.
Yeah, that seems like an odd choice to me, but I'm not sitting in the top 8 of this tournament, so.
We're only rank 50 casters. But Scritch has double Defile and Hellfire in his hand, and if you're looking for cards in this particular matchup, I think those are 3 of the 4 you're really looking for. Like, he hasn't hit his big power cards like Mountain Giant, he's only got 1 Twilight Drake, but probably not that fussed, because Choco has not hit any ramp. Like, he might even be forced to Branching Paths just to draw. And whenever you're using Branching Paths to draw, you do feel kind of bad with this deck. Could just play a Naked Violet Teacher, but having seen a Vulgar Homunculus, there's at least some chance that there's an upgraded Spellstone in hand, so that doesn't feel particularly great either. And this is what I feel like really differentiates good Token Druid players from good Token Druid players, because you encounter these awkward situations so often with the deck where your resources don't exactly align themselves and you got to make very awkward decisions. What I go here would just be to draw, because you do of course have a second Branching Paths for Lethal Slater, and with the amount that Even Lock taps, you often don't need that full 10 mana burst turn. You just need to get the chip damage, and what Choco needs is resources.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think the biggest mistake that poor Token Druid players make is sometimes they play to lose slower rather than looking for their conditions in matchup like this. And, I mean, you just have to stick one board. In fact, like you said, it doesn't even have to be 7 minions wide. You can surprise lethal with 3 minions wide.
Against Even Lock, it's quite easy to just go Ultimate Infestation, Arcane Tyrant, then Savage Draw on those 2 minions. And the Violet Teacher is going to come down. I like the way the Branching Paths on the previous turn set up for the Violet Teacher Naturalize on this turn, because it's going to mill some cards. Spellbreaker and Dread Infern, not really too sad to see those go if you're Scritch. He's got the Mossy Horror in hand already, which is, I think, pretty important for him, because Mossy, one of the big ways that this particular build of Token Druid can burst through is spreading Plague into Soul the Forest. That is conventionally very hard for even Warlock to break through, but the combination of Mossy Horror, Hellfire just completely puts bait to that. So Scritch may be holding onto that particular combo of cards, and it's just quite unfortunate that he can't deal with this Violet Teacher. But with
so if you're in Choco's seat, he could potentially make a decent push right now. I feel like this is probably a little early for it. But without the answer to the Violet Teacher, if you're in Choco's seat, what are you thinking here?
Well, the issue with the Violet Teacher is, of course, just the fact that Defile will almost always destroy Violet Teacher. So even if he just makes a moderately sized board here with Power of the Wild, Soul of the Forest, or Soul of the Forest, Power of the Wild, Violet Teacher always makes these 1/1s, which just lend themselves so perfectly to setting up Defiled yourself. So you probably have to go Soul of the Forest, then Power of the Wild, but then you still kind of encounter a situation where there's probably going to be an easy Defile setup. Although with everything at 2 health then, it wouldn't be the worst. So actually just going to go for the Giggling Inventor here. And honestly, in this position, I'm not sure what line I favour, because they're all so awkward.
Yeah, all the lines are super awkward, and there's no way not to set up a Defile here. I'm not sure if I like the use of the Mossy Horror here, though.
Yeah, I think Mossy Horror is kind of too important a resource to use there. But it clears the board, and Scritch is just thinking, it's a question of, do you value Defile or Mossy Horror more?
I mean, you value Defile more, but you have 2 Defiles in your hand.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you there. Defile is very good, but you have a lot of board clears. And, like, he is playing a very reactive game at the moment. Like, he hasn't drawn into any of his big threats. Like, there's been no Mountain Giant. He's just kind of hit, like, he's hit AoE, which is fantastic in this matchup, obviously. But he hasn't hit any way to win the game anytime soon.
Exactly, and with Gul'dan in hand, like, if I'm in Scritch's seat with Gul'dan in hand and the way the game's played out so far, like, you're probably thinking this is going to be a reasonably long game. And the post-Gul'dan turn is the one time you might have a wide enough board that they can play Spreading Plague. And Mossy Horror would have been a really good follow-up to Spreading Plague, although Chaco could play Spreading Plague and Double Branching Pass for attack, and that would play around Mossy Horror. That's something I've seen more and more players doing, and it's a very good play.
Yeah, I think that's quite common, but then you just have the counter of just attack your stuff in Hellfire.
Exactly.
Like, you either have the Mossy Horror Hellfire, or you just attack Hellfire. So I think Mossy Horror is really important in this matchup post-Gul'dan. That's why I don't like using it quite so spendthriftly. And Choco's got a really awkward situation here. Like, often you're just like, oh yeah, Wisp, Soul of the Forest, let's go. There's a good chance that just dies. And I would actually be looking to hold on to the Soul of the Forest for Spreading Plague in this particular matchup. But then, like, I wouldn't mind using just one Spreading Plague now. It gets out the Arcane Tyrant and sets up some amount of board, which is pretty hard for Defile to deal with. Like, they can Hellfire it, but then they Hellfire away their own board as well.
Yeah, I would have liked Spreading Plague there and Arcane Tyrant. I actually think I would have hit the 2/6 down to 2/3, since you have a lot of ways to make 3 attack board. Well, I guess you have one way to make a 3 attack board next turn.
Scritch is going to play the Skulking Geist here. It's going to destroy a Spellstone, so not the most biggest deal in terms of resource destruction. But what Scritch is trying to do here is just kind of generate most board so that if Choco does attempt to go wide, he can just trade into as much as possible, then AoE away the rest.
Do you ever just Lich King there instead? I mean, you are going wide against a deck that plays 2 Spreading Plagues.
Oh, I would 100% have Lich King there. It would mean you overdraw a card, but with Double Defile, Hellfire, Gul'dan in hand, I honestly don't care about overdrawing at that point. Could even throw away the coin if you really wanted, but coin with Gul'dan is pretty powerful. And looks like Choco is going for the Whispering Wood Soul of the Forest. Potentially. He does have the Spreading Plague Soul of the Forest to follow it up. But Choco's just really suffering because he drew literally no ramp. He is on even mana footing with a Warlock on turn 9. It's not very often you see that happen.
Yeah, when does Druid have 9 mana on turn 9?
Literally never.
Yeah, this is a very awkward turn. I'm not sure how big a fan I am of the Whispering Woods, but then again,
Whoa. Just Whispering Woods with Power of the Wild. That's an interesting one.
I mean, I can get, like, I don't agree with this play, but I can get where, like, Chaco's probably thinking here that he's going to bait out some form of removal and be able to stick a bigger board later. I'm not sure that this is how you do it, but I see the thought process.
But it doesn't even bait out removal. He's got 5 minions on the board. He just trades away 5 of these wisps and doesn't need to expend any AoE here. Like, now he's just free to develop further. Like, there's no, like, even with Savage Raw, Branching Paths, this would not be lethal after these trades are made. Yeah,
I agree. This is, I mean, it's an awkward spot. I'm not sure what was going into Chaco's head there. Just my best guess is that like he's trying to think of a way to get enough removal out of Scritch's hand to be able to stick a big board. He knows he has to just stick one. Like, I don't think this is the way to do it, but I think we saw a little bit of rope panic there. It's an unfavorable matchup, so he's already in an awkward spot. So I think I see what he was trying to do. I just absolutely, I think if he had more time to play that turn, he would have played it differently.
Quite possibly. Spreading Plague swipe is actually really good here.
I think that's what we're seeing with it pointing at the 2/4.
Oh yeah.
At least the Spreading Plague part.
Oh no, the swipe is fantastic. Look at all these 1 health minions. Like, this kills everything except the Mountain Giant and a 2/1 Vulgar Homunculus. And that swipe off the top has just completely changed the dynamic of this matchup. And what we were just seeing from Scritch there, I hadn't actually noticed this, but there is a double Mossy Horror in this deck. So, going back to the turn that we didn't agree so much with, just kind of throwing out the Mossy Horror, I guess it does make more sense when you run 2 of them.
Yeah, and it definitely makes sense that Scritch would know his deck better than we know it.
Yes, indeed. And with having held onto the coin for so long, he's even able to coin out a 4-mana 7/7 Taunt, and just like that. This has been a very, very swingy game.
It has, although I'm still looking back, like if Scritch didn't have that Mossy Horror off the top, that is a pretty bad looking situation for him.
Yeah, then he would probably have to Hellfire, Defile.
Yeah, I don't remember the board state well enough to know if there would have been a way to set up a single Defile clear, but it definitely would have had to use a lot of resources to clear that.
Oh, no, there was a 1 health minion. He would have been able to Defile Hellfire and push face with the Mountain Giant. So it wouldn't have actually been that bad. Having seen 1 Wisps already, yeah, you'd be more than happy to throw out a Defile there, I think. And Choco's just going for the UI and Hope, I believe this plan is called. He's going to mill at least 1 card here. And it's a swipe. So not the worst thing. But this is a lot of damage he's now facing down. Of course, Scritch is going to have to answer this board. But I think we might see a Bone Mare here. Nope. Instead just going for a Blood Reaver Gul'dan. And this is probably when we are going to see the Spreading Plague Soul of the Forest turn.
Yeah, I agree. I actually think I might have liked the Bone Mare play there a little bit better.
Although I really like not killing the Arcane Tyrant. I think that's maybe an acknowledgement that Spreading Plague is likely going to happen here, and with the 2/4 taunts, it just means 1 less Scarab to deal with. Yeah,
that's actually really smart. I don't know that I would have necessarily thought about that when I was playing. That's really smart to leave the Tyrant up. I mean, it's not doing anything. It is 1 less Scarab. You're absolutely right.
And just yet another awkward turn from Choco. Probably going to have to go for the Spreading Plague, Soul of the Forest, and that is a pretty scary board for Scritch to have to deal with. He has used both of his Mossy Horrors. Like I mentioned before, that the Mossy Horror Hellfire is the ultimate answer to that particular combo. But with so many minions on the board, I think it's quite likely he'll be able to maneuver some kind of clear out of this.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if he couldn't, but from Chaka's perspective, like, you kind of just have to make this your, this is probably your final push, but I don't see any way around.
Okay, so if he attacks the 4/4 into the 1/5, Mountain Giant into another 1/5, the other 2 minions into another 1/5, and then Hero Powers the other one, then Defile is a full board clear. Let's see if Scritch sees it, or maybe there is another one. Needs a 4 health minion. Yeah, no, I think it has to be the Mossy Horror hits into the 1/3, Mountain Giant hits another 1/5, and then Hero Power hits another one. And that should be a complete board clear. Although it will clear off Scritch's entire board in the process, I'm not sure you're that fussed about that happening.
Yeah, if I'm Scritch, that doesn't bother me at all.
The rope's burning though, and this is like maybe he hasn't seen the clear, and this is the point where you start to panic. Oh, is hero powering the Mossy Horror also a clear?
Yeah, I think that's clear as well.
Okay, that is another one. I love watching really big defiles happen. Yep, that's a 4-board clear, and even gets again down in the process. Scritch is on 23 health, so there's no chance of anything like a double Savage Roar offensive hero power burst to the face. He's just going to have to play Wisp's Soul and hope that the second defile isn't there. Or
Yeah,
the
I
second
mean,
Power of the
Power of
Wild.
the Wild.
Wait, does the
Power of the Wild plays around it a little bit, but the Hellfire makes it kind of irrelevant. Right? Or does it?
But is there a way of actually setting up a defile here? I'm not sure that there is. I'm not actually sure if there's a way of setting up a defile here. Wow. See, this is why I don't like cutting Power of the Wild from this deck. It's just so insanely strong. And yeah, there is... Like, he could play double Plated Beetle and taunt them up if he wanted to. It looks like that's what he's gonna go for here. Wait, so is this lethal?
Gosh, we have to count now?
Yeah, now it's time to do some maths. So, double Savage Roar Branching Paths is... Let's just say it's probably lethal.
If it's not lethal, there is no way to win the game.
Oh yeah, this is very, very much lethal.
Yeah, you can push at least 4 of those through automatically, which is 32, and yeah, you can get 5 through.
Oh yeah, that's no... Yep, that's just 3-1 to Choco. Token Druid getting the win against the Even Warlock in a pretty bad matchup. It looked like it was going quite well for Scritch. And honestly, Power of the Wild just won that game.
I'm sorry, I think I'm going to lose you for part of that. You still there?
Yep. Yeah, I was just saying, Power of the Wild just single-handedly won that game. It looked like Choco was in a pretty bad spot there, and he just... Nope. Easy.
Yeah, it's definitely a good thing that he didn't remove the Power of the Wild from the Naturalized. Not that you would ever do that in the Violet Teacher deck, but that Power of the Wild was clutch there.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. So, Choco is going to advance to our top 4 with his 3-1 win over Scritch. Just a little run through of what's been happening in the remaining 3 games in the top 8. So, Bill Snyder has defeated Ace 103 3-1. And Rumham, who we saw on stream previously, has defeated Revenant 3-2. Revenant getting that kind of shock victory over Imposition in the round of 16. Our one remaining match is Donde versus Excelsior, who are currently 2-2. The match is still ongoing, but I don't think there's enough time, enough of that match remaining for us to be able to get it up on stream. So we are going to take another short break, let them finish, and then we'll be back soon with one of the semi-finals, and we'll decide which of those in the interim. So, Risen, thank you for filling in for Force. Hope you enjoyed that match, and we'll see you all shortly in maybe about 20 minutes. So stay tuned for more of the THL Open Series, everybody.
traveler.
I have no time for games.
The end is coming! Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
You require my assistance? Adios! We're gonna be rich.
I have no time for games.
Inferno! You require my assistance? Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
Greeting, traveler.
change your mind.
You require my assistance? Adingo! We're gonna be rich.
I have no time for games.
Inferno! You require my assistance? Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
Greeting, traveler.
I have no time for games.
The end is coming! Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
You require my assistance? Adingo! We're gonna be rich. require my assistance? Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
Greeting, traveler.
I have no time for games.
The end is coming! Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
You require my assistance? Adingo! We're gonna be rich.
I have no time for games.
Inferno! You require my assistance? Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
Greeting, traveler.
I have no time for games.
The end is coming! Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
You require my assistance? Adigo! We're gonna be rich.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the semi-finals of the September THL Open Series. I have once again been rejoined by Force of Will on the virtual desk, so welcome back, man. Hope your errand went
Thanks.
swimmingly.
Yeah, as I had to go pick up some groceries real quick. Had a quick errand to run, but I am back. I'm ready. I gotta say, this is a very exciting top four here.
Oh yeah, so the match that we're going to be bringing you on stream is going to be Donde versus Bill Snyder. While in the other semi-final, which is going to be happening off stream, we're going to have Excelsior versus Rumham.
Yeah, isn't it Chaco?
Oh, Choco versus Rumham. My
Chaco,
mistake.
right. Okay, yeah, Chaco versus Rumham is our off-camera top four. But we're gonna have Donde and Bill Snyder. Interestingly enough, this is something I was doing during the break while y'all were finishing up the top 8. Was I went and looked to see what the current point totals are based on the August numbers. Bill Snyder actually won the tournament in August. He's sitting on 30 points right now before getting any additional points. He'll at least get 20 here.
Yeah, so he's going to be at least 50 points going into October. So Bill Snyder's sitting pretty.
Yeah, he's sitting real pretty. It's like, yeah, at the very least, and if he wins again, then he'll be at 60 points. So that's even better. So Bill Snyder's just killing it in the Open Series right now. So, but Donde also, he actually ended up top 16 last time. And so he's sitting on 10 points. So this match could very well shape maybe who's going to be top 3 or top 4 in the Open Series right now.
Ooh.
So
plenty of points for everyone, at least in these matches. None for me, obviously.
Absolutely.
I haven't entered any of these tournaments because I've been casting them.
Yeah, it's like, but especially just on this one game, because the difference between potential third, which is 23 points, and the winner is 30 points.
Oh yeah, so winning
But if
this
you-
match guarantees them at least 25, while losing means they have either 20 or 23 from this entire tournament.
Correct. Yes. So really, really big stakes just in this match, and then of course whoever wins, of course, will get those sweet 15 packs, get 2 months of HS replay, the tournament I should say, and those 30 points. So a lot on the line here.
Yeah, but I'm like, there's the packs, there's the HSV premium, and there are the points. So plenty of stuff for everyone involved. Of course, all the players in the top 4 are guaranteed at least 2 packs as well as 1 month of HS Replay Premium. It's just a matter of how many packs, how many points, and how many months they want. So, of course, we have Donde versus Bill Snyder, and just a quick look through their lineups. Donde has gone for a Token Druid, a Death Rattle Hunter, a Aggro Mage, and a Even Warlock, while Bill Snyder has gone for a Death Rattle Hunter of his own, a Token Druid of his own, a Aggro Mage of his own, and a Quest Rogue. So 3 equivalent decks across 4 decks for each player, with the only difference between Bill Snyder's Quest Rogue and Donde's Even Warlock. And we do have the bans in already. Donde's Token Druid has been banned, while Bill Snyder's Quest Rogue has been banned. And I've got to say, bringing Aggro Mage when you're intending to ban Quest Rogue seems really strange to me.
It does, yeah. I was looking at that. It's like
that's the reason you bring Aggro Mage, because it's just so favored against Quest Rogue. Like, obviously, the rest of his lineup is not good against Quest Rogue. Like, he's got the Token Druid, which is... Well, that depends on who you ask, whether it's favored. The Recruit Hunter's really bad, the Even Warlock's really bad against Quest Rogue, but the Aggro Mage is really not that great against. And, like, Aggro Mage, when you take out the Quest Rogue matchup, I don't think it's that good a deck.
No, it's like, no, I think that's why you have it in this.
Obviously,
the Rogue is part.
Both these players have made top 4 with it in their lineup, though. So
yes, yeah.
Obviously, there's something to it, and it does at least have a good matchup against the Even Warlock from Donde's decks for Bill Snyder. But of Bill Snyder's decks, the Token Druid, the Hunter, and the Mirror match, Donde's Aggro Mage may just whiff, I'm going to say.
Right.
I think Bill Snyder's in a favored position just based off the lineups, but of course, anything can happen. And I think we should just tell the players to crack to it.
Let's get them started. Oh. All right, so I'm gonna get them started, and it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, the Quest Mage maybe has still been the correct ban, even with because your mage is probably not going to get banned. So
yeah, but based on the rest of his lineup, banning Quest Rogue was correct. It's just bringing several decks which are bad against Quest Rogue with an Aggro Mage seems strange to me.
Yeah,
but we'll see how it pans out. Maybe we'll even get one of those Aggro Mage mirrors, which I think like some of the swingiest games ever. Like, it's just one player will snowball, one player will not, and then the player who snowballs will win.
Yep. I'll say, and if it does get to the Aggro Mage mirror, the coin also is a big, because typically there's a counterspell hiding somewhere in there, so...
But counterspell has become a lot less important to the deck. It's become a lot less secret focused and a lot more just minion focused.
Yeah.
Like with the Cosmic Anomaly, it's just been an absolutely insane addition to that deck. And if one player does get Alaneth and one player does not in the mirror, then that is also just lights out for the most part. So we're just waiting for the players to get into it, and we'll see what they choose to open with.
Yep, they have they've been told so to start the match. So hopefully they'll get it in just a second. So I guess the question is, in that case, do you bring that mage out first for Donde at this point, or do you hold it, or?
That is a good question.
Oh, it looks like they are in game. Dade may need to give us an invite to spectate real quick. So who are we going to have on the bottom?
We're going to have Bill Snyder on the bottom. And
Got it.
Donde on the top. Just getting into the game now. I need to tell Donde to turn on spec. That's the first time we've had to do that today, so it's been going quite well. And we're going to have Aggro Mage for Bill Snyder against Donde's Recruit Hunter.
There we go. All right. So we are getting into it right now.
Yep, got the spectator, got the cards, and from the opening hands, we can see that Bill Snyder is one of those people who chose to include the Spell Shifter in his Aggro Mage for the extra chunk of spell damage it does provide. Pretty rare inclusion, and it is just a one-of. I think in the same slot, Donde elected for a Blood Mage Thaunos instead, and that's the only difference between their builds. And I gotta say, I prefer the Thaunos. It draws a card.
It does, yeah. If given the option of drawing a card or not drawing a card, you always take the draw the card version.
Yeah, Donde managed to... He's played his tracking, he got his Keleseth, and Bill Snyder's going to play a 2-mana 4-1 here. And against a Recruit Hunter, the 4-1 body is actually really hard for them to deal with without the Candle Shot. Which,
yeah, it's like
it would be heavily punished by Candle Shot were it there, but it isn't. So, Mana Worm Frostbolt this 3/3. Let's go.
Yep, they're gonna do that. Yeah,
this is the start Aggro Mages dream of, and this is just so much damage to the face. This Mana Worm is most likely going to mean that a flanking strike comes down, but that's still plenty of damage.
Yeah, there's an egg there, but I think you have to kill the Mana Worm, right? Or it's like you can't let that Mana Worm sit around for.
That's like
till next turn.
Hearthstone 101. Kill the Mana Worm whenever you can, because there's a chance that the counterspell's going to come up, and then the flanking strike
killing it
useless.
Goes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you probably there's the egg play dead, but you probably want to play that egg after a secret's come down.
Yeah, it's like just in case it's I mean, it's explosive trap, you get a free 5/5 out of it, but
yeah, not the worst.
He's gonna go ahead and do that now.
He's looking for board development here, but this is gonna be Bill Snyder just smash him. Ooh, there's a fireball. Wow. This is just going right to the dome. And this is much damage already.
Yeah.
Donde is already down to 7 health. 7. He is now at a position where fireball off the top is just lethal. There's still an explosive runes in hand.
The only good news out of all of this is he can't clear this board at this moment with the flanking strike.
Yeah, but he needs to pressure hard at this point, because any kind of damage for him is just lights out. He's going to play down the explosive runes, which is going to be most likely a couple points of damage. If he plays the Savannah High main, it's just 1 damage. But then he's got to clear the board at every stage here when he'd really like to be pushing face.
He's gonna go flanking strike. So I don't know if he guessed that it was the explosive trap or not, but
yeah, the explosive runes made more sense there, considering he's pushing for lethal. And hilariously, I think Bill Snyder's just lost the game. He's gonna have to Argon Intellect for some damage removal, but he doesn't find it. And despite that absolutely insane start, Donde is going to take the game with his Death Rattle Hunter against the Aggro Mage. And the decision to egg and play dead when Donde did, rather than be greedy and wait for the secret to come out, did actually win him the game. So
it did, yeah. It's like, we were questioning it, but it was by far the correct decision there. So Donde wins game number 1 with that. Oof. And he was on the back heel too. He took Bill Snyder down from,
Yeah.
24 at the time, and he was at 7 and won the match.
Yeah, he played for the counter lethal very aggressively, and he needed to do that because if Bill Snyder was able to draw into the damage, he would just have lost. And aggro mage there just kind of showing its weakness. We did question its inclusion in their lineups, and it was in a very good position there and still just couldn't quite make it.
All right, so let's see. We're getting into match number 2 here. We're going to have the mage mirror that we talked about.
Well, someone's mage is going to win. That is for certain. And this mirror may go a long way to deciding the final outcome of this game. Bill Snyder does have Aluneth in his opening hand, and we've talked about how big a deal that is. But he doesn't have anything else of note. There's no Mana Worm, there's no Archaeologist, there's no Kirin Tor. Donde does have a Kirin Tor, but doesn't have a great deal otherwise. And even chooses to throw away the Kirin Tor Mage. And crucially, you did talk about this before, Force. Bill Snyder is the one on the coin, and he's also got a counterspell in hand, so that's going to negate at least something from Donde when it comes out.
Yeah, absolutely will. It's now, of course, Donde doesn't have a secret. In fact, actually, neither one of these players have anything really for the first 2 or 3 turns here.
Yeah, Donde could just play Sorcerer's Apprentice here, and he does have the Stargazer Luna. Stargazer Luna is a pretty good card. Bill Snyder's actually going to coin out Cinderstorm here.
Cinderstorm? I think, yes. He's going to try to kill this. He's going to try to kill it right now. The odds are in his favor that he will kill it, but let's see.
Yep, there was a good chance of that happening, and it did. But Donde could just play Stargazer Luna here. I think I like that most.
He could.
In his hand.
It's because there's nothing in hand right now.
How hard it was for Bill Snyder to deal with that. He coined out a Cinderstorm just to deal with Sorcerer's Apprentice. Now what? Just going for the Kirin Tor counterspell. It does contest this Luna, and it does counter the Frostbolt, which is the common answer for a Kirin Tor mage, but it doesn't counter two Frostbolt.
And what's bad is that's the far right version of the card too. So if he tries to do that one, it's not going to kill it. I want to see him do Shooting Star first, I think, just to check for maybe the counterspell.
Yeah,
I don't know. I guess
Shooting Star's a pretty bad card in this matchup, and it looks like Donde is thinking about that line of play. There's a good chance that this is counterspell.
Yeah, very good chance.
As there are 2 copies of the counterspell in Bill Snyder's list, so as opposed to the one you conventionally see on ladder. But yeah, he's going to go for it.
Yep. He gets it.
Orders it nicely, manages to draw a card with the Frostbolt, and this Luna is just so scary.
Yeah, it's that was about the best setup there.
So
Bill Snyder's looking for something cheap. Fireball, something.
Fireball, there it is. And there goes the Luna. Only managed to draw 1 card in the end, but did take a lot of resources. But using so many resources is the luxury that Bill Snyder has, because he has the Aluneth in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Donde's just going to have to get some Explosive Runes, which does something, but he will have to play it for 4 mana as he threw away that Kirin Tor Mage in the mulligan. And there goes the second Frostbolt.
Alright. There's another one of the spell shifters.
And there's an Explosive Runes, and I'm very sure that we're going to see that come down. As the only minion in hand for Donde is this Explosive Runes. There's Aluneth off the top on 6. Whew. Now this is where the game gets interesting. As Donde got to play his Aluneth first, he is always going to have the initiative here. But on the flip side, Bill Snyder has the secret up. So now it's going to be very back and forth, this game. It looks like Bill Snyder's actually thinking about not playing the Aluneth here. But I think having seen the Aluneth of his own when the early game was so back and forth as it was, just got to get it out there.
Oh, wow. And the Sorcerer's Apprentice is here to... Oh, it's actually the secret up is Explosive Runes. I'm trying to think if you can play around that Explosive Rune somehow. Probably the best thing would be just toss out Kirin Tor and then toss out your own Explosive Runes once you find out what it is.
Yeah, I do like starting with the Kirin Mage, as the mana discount is really important when you have the Alaneth up. Because you just want to play as much stuff out of your hand as possible when you're not even at full... I don't like playing the Mana Worm first. That's a very important card. And that's a dead Mana Worm.
Yeah, that's why I was... Because the Kirin Tor would at least get the Battle Cry, you still would get the free explosive runes out of it. Then you can play Mana Tide afterwards, but...
Mana Tide.
Or play the Mana Worm afterwards.
We're not playing Shaman here, of course. But he's actually going for the Sorcerer's Apprentice, Cosmic Anomaly, Shooting Star, clears the board. And there's no clear for it right now. So I think we might have to see a Primordial Glyph from Bill Snyder here. Or he could Stargaze a Luna, Frostbolt to draw a card, take care of the Cosmic Anomaly, and draw a card. But I'm not sure how many cards you really want to be drawing in this position.
Yeah, not a lot. It's like, really, Bill... I mean, Donde sort of has his hand under control at the moment, but Bill Snyder, he's getting up there in cards. Is like he needs to get rid of some of these cards.
Spell Shifter, Cone of Cold, Arcane Missiles could be the play here.
Yep.
There's a good chance that both of these minions get cleared by one of these minions, but all he really cares about is the Cosmic Anomaly. And gets it, full board clear.
Gets them both.
And this is how this matchup goes when both players get a Luna. It's just constantly back and forth, clearing board, clearing board. The real breakpoint is when one player does not manage to clear the board. Because the moment you do that, a huge snowball effect takes place, and it often just lights out for that player.
Yeah, it is like, we're gonna see explosive runes here from Dante, and then he might want to. He's gonna fireball the face. I was gonna say, I think he might want to fireball the.
I don't think the Spell Shifter's that intimidating a minion. There's the Cosmic Anomaly though, and now the question is, how do you handle this turn? Like, there is a lot of damage just in hand.
Technically, you can Stargazer and do that, and then you'll still have enough left over to play the Arcane Missile. He's gonna do the Arcane Missile first. He's gonna check for Counterspell. So now he does his not Counterspell.
And then he's gonna Fireball the face, I imagine. He's just not gonna play a minion into this Explosive Runes.
Yeah, no reason to, honestly. It's like...
Nope. And with this, he's gonna put his opponent down to 8, so if this Spell Shifter is not answered, this double Frostbolt is just lethal.
Yep. Dante has to answer this. If he does not, this is game.
Yep, and even if he does, that's still Frostbolt ping puts him down to 1 health. And the fatigue is going to become a thing very soon. These are not the best options. Arcane Missiles, Mana Bind, Blizzard are pretty inconsequential. Arcane Missiles is at least some form of damage, so he does choose to take it, but...
probably throw the Blood Mage out before you start going too crazy here, if you're gonna do your 2 Arcanes to try to clear the this out.
Yeah, but you just need to play some cards out of your hand, most importantly. Could play his own Arcane Missiles, play the new one, and then Fireball the face again. But really needs the Spell Shifter to die. It does not, and that is going to be lethal. Bill Snyder is going to play the Shooting Star to test for the counter spell, and then the Frostbolt is going to be lethal.
If he would have pinged it, he would be alive.
Oh wait, no, he didn't need to cast a counter spell because he already knew it was the Explosive Runes from the previous turn. My bad. And Bill Snyder evens up the match at 1-1.
Yeah. I'm not certain how I feel about that fireball in the end. Is like he had 4 mana, he could have pinged it. It was at 1 health. He could have pinged it and killed it. I mean, he still probably was dead, but at least it buys you another turn. It buys you another draw.
I mean, we do say that with the benefit of knowing that the double Frostbolt was in hand. I think the play with the Fireball to face it set up his own lethal, and that was probably the likeliest route for him to win. He needed to set his opponent. He needed to set Bill Snyder at a point where he could kill him on the following turn, rather than just there was still a decent chance that he didn't have the double Frostbolt, or the damage.
Well, he had already played one fireball. He played it the other turn, so you're at a 1 in some odd chance of getting it. So
This opening hand from Bill Snyder
that's a hand.
nothing to laugh at. Tracking, Kalaseth, egg, let's go. While on the flip side for Donde, nothing really to write home about.
No, it's like
Could keep the Spellbreaker to deal with the egg, potentially.
that's probably about the best thing. Yeah.
But nothing else really screams out, and I imagine we're going to see those toss. Actually keeps the Defile. Now, I'm not a big fan of that. Defile has very limited application against a Death Rattle Hunter, because they do not run very many low health minions.
Yeah, it's like, and he knows what he's up against. It's not like a surprise. It's like, oh, like this is Spell Hunter that that Defile might be able to do something.
Spell Hunter.
It's like
Defile doesn't even do anything against. I don't think it does anything against any form of
or
hunter.
not, sorry, Spell Hunter. Maybe Secret, maybe, but maybe.
I throw away the Defile against Secret Hunter as well. I just don't think it's a very useful card in any hunter matchup, pretty much. Hellfire is very good against Spellstones and stuff, but Defile just very rarely does anything. And if you... Oh, now there's a card which is very good against even Warlock, the Deathstalker Rexar. Bill Snyder's hand has just been... Like, obviously the King Crush is bad, but everything else has been pretty much on point.
Dante should have thought about that for a second, I think. It's like, he tossed out that, and now Bill Snyder did have the ability to do Play Dead, but he's actually going to do Houndmaster Shaw here.
I'm interested by this Houndmaster Shaw, to be honest, as it just dies. And Donde had not very much to talk about before, but he's managed to draw into both of his Mountain Giants and the Sunfury Protector. Kills off the Houndmaster Shaw, as that's such a good card, and he is actually rewarded for doing so, because the Spider Bomb off the top would have been a huge deal if Houndmaster Shaw was still alive.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens with the Spider Bomb. Will it hit the 2/3?
Only one thing shouldn't die. Oh, and alright, he got something he needed, so actually probably the best thing, honestly.
Yep, he gets the best outcome there, but there's still an 8/5 on the board alongside this 2/3. But now Donde needs to deal with this Spider Bomb. Like he could Spellbreak with the Spider Bomb, but then he's not Spellbreaking the egg. Plenty of awkward decisions here.
But you know what? You just saw your opponent use the Play Dead. This is probably the right call. Is do that, and then maybe even kill Kalaseth, kill something, anything.
Yeah, kill the Spider Bomb because there's still a possibility of it being cubed. And like Kalaseth buffed Highmane. It's not the worst thing in the world.
Nope.
But this Katharina, unfortunately for Bill Snyder, is not actually going to do that much at this point. We did see tracking go over a single copy of Witchwood Grizzly earlier. King Crush is already in the hand, and the single copy of Savannah Highmane in the deck has already been drawn. So there's just a single Grizzly for this to pull, as Bill Snyder is not choosing to run anything like a charged Devil Saw.
So, for Donde here, is there any thought about possibly doing Shrimber on the
Giant?
Mountain Giant, and then just push face?
Oh, I think you kill the Highmane with the 4/3 and the 2/1 if you're doing this. Nope, but there is, I guess, just a good amount of merit to just slam in face. Put your opponent down to 8 health. And Bill Snyder has to hit the Highmane here. And Rexar doesn't really
This
do
kills
that much.
one thing.
Yep, it
No,
kills
not
the
a lot at all.
2/1.
That's
And
4,
Donde's
8, 10. Is that...
Yep, that is just lethal with the Hellfire.
Yep, lethal with the Hellfire. Alright, so Donde wins game number 2.
Yep, it turns out Giant into Giant Coin Sun Fury is a pretty good start for an even Warlock.
Even Giant into taunting the Giants up. Pretty good.
Yep, even against the almost equally insane opener from Bill Snyder, who had Kalaseth into Egg Activator with Shaw. Plenty of stuff, but it was just a little bit too slow for the insane Giant opener that Donde had. And that puts Donde on match point. He's 2-1
this is
up,
it.
but he does still need to win with this mage.
He does, and I think this might be the problem. If he would have left up the rogue, he would be sitting pretty right now, I think. But against Bill Snyder's remaining decks, this might be tough.
Well, I mean, if there's one way to do it, it's Mana Worm on 1.
Yep, and he's got it. He has got that Mana Worm on turn 1. He is already set up. Wow, actually, Dundee has a really great curve.
He's got Alaneth as well.
Yeah.
And we can see...
Do
Bill
we just
Snyder
push-
is running a very conventional Death Rattle Hunter list, but what is often found in the 3-drop slot, which is something that Bill Snyder has cut for this single copy of Stitch Tracker he runs in his deck, is Gluttonous Ooze. We can see that Donde has Alaneth in hand. Bill Snyder has no weapon removal in his deck, so that is going to go off in a pretty big way. But Donde's got quite an awkward decision here. Bill Snyder has coined the Spider Bomb, and this is, I think, a really good play against an aggro mage, because they can't really deal with this efficiently. He's just seen a Frostbolt to the face, which would be, I think, what he'd ideally like to do. But Donde is he's just sticking to his curve and sending everything to face.
Pushing damage, yeah. It's like I actually think I like that line probably the best of all of them. I was originally gonna be like, well, at least swing first and do that, but the Cinderstorm will probably kill it. So why only do 3 to the face when you can do 5 to the face?
Yeah, but Bill Snyder doesn't have a way of answering this Cosmic Anomaly. And do you really want to answer a Cosmic Anomaly? And he's just gonna send it all to the face.
You know what though? He has Alaneth next turn, and as far as I'm aware, there's no real healing in the Hunter deck. So once Alaneth starts,
and that's it.
Deathstalker Rexar is the only thing, and that's not even in hand at the moment.
Yep. So I do think I like the plan from Donde. Kill them till they're dead. Alaneth's coming up, and Bill Snyder's going to be very unhappy to see that, because he's really going to be wishing that this Stitch Tracker was a Gluttonous Ooze right about now. We can see the Fireball has come off the top. There's no form of spell damage right now, but all Donde needs is for a single Arcane Missile to hit the face, and it will be lethal.
That is it.
No, but it's not enough mana.
No, he has 5, he has 7 mana. So 6, 7. If one hits face, he may just do Primordial Glyph. See what he gets first.
Yeah,
because if he gets a 0 mana Frostbolt, it's regardless, that's game.
Or next turn he can just Cosmic Anomaly Fireball.
He's got it.
He gets the Frostbolt straight away. Snap pick alongside the Fireball, and Donde's incredibly aggressive line wins him the series. And Donde is advancing to the final here, while Bill Snyder's going down to our 3rd place decider match. That's very
Absolutely.
interesting. Donde won the same matchup from both sides in that series.
He did. Yeah, that was actually pretty amazing from Donde there.
Like he played the map, but he played them very similarly from both sides. I think like he played very aggressively, both as the hunter and as the mage. I think he showed us that doing so is really what you need to be doing.
I am currently in the process of messaging Chaco and Rumham to see if we can hop into their match real quick. Because it appears they're only in game 3.
Ooh.
So.
Yep.
And they're 1-1 right now.
Cool. So we are going to just hop out for a couple minutes, get that set up, and we'll be right back in just a couple minutes.
Alrighty.
Greeting, traveler.
change your mind.
You require my assistance? Dingo! We're gonna be rich.
I have no time for games.
Inferno! You require my assistance? Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
Hello everybody, welcome back once again. Just back from a short break, and what we're going to be bringing you in the semi-finals is the remainder of Rumham versus Choco, who have been playing off-stream up until now. Rumham is currently 2-1 ahead.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to get to see Rumham's elemental odd shot or elemental even shaman like we saw.
I want to
last
see
round.
Odd Shaman. I want to see Odd Shaman happen.
Someone do odd shaman, quick! All right.
I've tried it, it's not very good. Obviously, we've seen both these players before on stream. Rumham with his Secret Hunter, Odd Rogue, Odd Paladin, and Even Shaman, with just the Odd Rogue left to get a win against Choco's Odd Warrior, which was banned, Secret Hunter, Token Druid, and Odd Rogue of his own. The Druid has got a win so far, so Choco needs to win with his Odd Rogue and his Secret Hunter. So I imagine what we're going to see in Game 4 is Choco queue up his Secret Hunter first to try and level up the series at 2-2, and then take it into an Odd Rogue mirror to decide who gets into the final. So
That seems very reasonable. So
I think we're just going to get right into it.
yeah.
And let the players know they can continue their game. And we'll see who gets to face Donde in the final. Of course, we are going to have Choco on the bottom of your screens and Rumham on the top. And we'll just wait for them to get started. But while we do so, a quick shout out to our sponsors. Of course, the THL Open Series is brought to you by Team Hearth League and HS Replay, who have very kindly provided many months of HS Replay Premium for our victors. So if you want to get yourself a veritable gold mine of stats, we recommend you check out HS Replay Premium. And of course, a big shout out to our boy Saku, who has donated the packs which are going to the first place. So hashtag nicest guy in THL. We love you.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Saku. And yeah, HS Replay, if you want to up your game, if you want to up your Hearthstone game, no better resource than HS Replay. So, and I'm glad to say that everybody who's left in the tournament, these 4 players that are left, will all be getting at least 1 month. The winner will be getting 2 months of HS Replay. So,
as well as packs and points.
Yes.
Points, packs, and stats. That's what these players are competing for, and we are in game number 4 between Rumham and Choco. Choco, like we predicted on the Secret Hunter, but does not have a Spellstone in sight. While up at the top, Rumham does have 1-drops. He's got the Argent Squire into Blood Knight Dream, as of course this is a deck which does not run anything like Hunter's Mark or Candle Shot, much more predicated on minions. But I imagine we'll probably see a Firefly come down now. Nope, it's actually going for the Argent Squire.
Yep.
And Choco's got nothing to do except a tracking to try and find that Spellstone. Nothing doing, however. Snipe, not the most useful card.
Pretty bad options.
Pretty bad. I think you take the Secret Keeper just because it's...
Agreed. I think
it's the only one which is not... It's the only card which is remotely useful in this matchup, so I think that's a pretty cut and dry decision.
No, he went with the snipe.
I guess the thinking here is Vicious Fledgling or Hench Clan 513. He's going to be looking to hit those. And yep, this is indeed the thinking. So, gotta wonder.
Now, of course, he's gonna be slightly disappointed because if Rumham wants, which I don't think he will, but if he wants to toss out the Blood Knight's gonna be a 6/6, taking off the
it's gonna be
Divine Shield. But
it will become a 6/2, meaning the Explosive Trap will finish it off.
Sure. Yeah, that actually.
But there's also the option. I think Rumham will attack interface first. He's going to find out that it's not Wandering Monster or Explosive Trap. And I think this is going to cue the Blood Knight. So this actually, with the top deck Explosive Trap, has worked out quite nicely. But crucially, there's no Spellstone. Like, Choco is playing these secrets, but he's got no development behind it. So he's actually going to coin out the Flanking Strike to deal with it here.
I like this play. It was like, give you a nice little 3/3 and kill the Blood Knight.
I mean, the 3/3 is going to be answered.
For your stones.
Yeah, the 3/3 is just going to be answered by the board and the dagger, meaning Rumham is still going to be allowed to develop behind it. Could even play a Deadly Poison to just deal with the 3/3 as is, and continue pushing minions to face. So both these players have not really kind of hit their stride in this game, and the second Firefly off the top is really not what Rumham was looking for. Really not what Rumham was looking for. I just completely missed a word there.
Yeah, it's like I think I like the redagger up, Deadly Poison, Saucy Deckhand, push 3 to the face and kill the kill the
that
wolf.
seems pretty good to me. The Deckhand could stand a decent. No, he's actually going wide. It appears with. Oh no, he is just going for Deadly Poison while playing out a Firefly. It just means a little bit less damage to the face, a little slightly more resilient board, but not by much. And Choco, I imagine, is going to tracking to find a Spellstone here, and still doesn't find it. Could play a Gluttonous Ooze, however, to deal with.
I do like the Gluttonous Ooze. Kill the 4/1 dagger, gain 4 armor. That seems very reasonable here.
Yeah, but like Choco has just he's playing a reactive game here. But at the same time, it's not really a reactive game which gets him towards anything in particular. Like, he's just slowly dealing with Rumham's stuff. Like, almost... Choco is almost playing a control game here.
I think Choco is Choco. If you had to say like who's the beatdown, who's the control deck, I think Choco is definitely the control deck here. Is you have to answer. Oh,
this explosive trap's going to be insane.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
I was about to say Rumham is like maybe want to slow your roll just a hair, but you know.
If I'm Choco, I'm playing explosive trap here, and I'm just equipping the bow. Maybe even slamming the bow face.
Yeah, why not? It's like you know how Rumham has to win the match. He's gonna have to swing, and all these things are going to die unless he just happens to top deck a.
There's a chance that he just has Fungalmancer.
Fungalmancer. Yeah.
He would have played Fungalmancer last turn if he had it. I think you know that for sure.
He would. Yes. So he doesn't have it yet, but if he top decks it, then that would be the only thing that would punish this plan.
Yep, and Choco's just going for face. Like, this is a very clear telegraph of what the secret is, but having not seen the Fungalmancer, I don't think you care if you're Choco.
No.
It's just like, well, unless you draw that Fungalmancer, all your stuff dies. And he can follow this up with 3 secrets on the next turn. If he just draws that Spellstone, Choco's still in a good position because Rumham has not drawn very well.
If I'm Rumham, I'm checking the secret before I throw down a Tar Creeper.
Yeah, I think I agree. Or maybe Rumham is thinking that he's not going to attack before he draws Fungalmancer? That seems optimistic.
Or maybe he's not going to swing at all. Maybe he's going to be like, you know what, I'm not even going to swing. I'm going to develop the board and wait for my Fungalmancer, wait for something that can keep my stuff alive, and then go from there.
Yep. We're just going to see a lot of secrets come down here. The Wandering Monster being played before the Snake Trap is, of course, crucial because it means that a minion will be created, they will then be attacked, and then the Snake Trap will trigger. But I don't know what Rumham's intending to do if he's not intending to attack, because he needs to attack at some point to kill Choco. Otherwise, he's just going to die to a barrage of steady shots over time. So yep, gonna go for the Explosive Trap, which is going to trigger the Wandering Monster, which is then in turn going to trigger the Snake Trap, I believe, and even gets a Taunt out of the deal. A 3-mana 2/4 is pretty good if you're Choco. And look at this absolute swing turn from... It's a swing turn for Choco, which didn't even happen on his turn. 3 bow swings, 4 minions, and destroying Rumham's board, all in one go. And the dagger plus the Tar Creeper doesn't even deal with this taunt.
It does not. Nope.
That's brutal.
Oh, and Choco draws the answer to the Hinge Clan Thug. Well, actually, he already had one in hand.
It's
so
actually
never
just
mind.
lethal. It's just lethal with the double kill command. This is 5 damage
that's
on
10,
board,
10.
plus 10 from the double kill command, and Choco played a really slow game. It was kind of enabled by Rumham drawing really badly, it's got to be said. A lot of 1-drops and not much else. But I think the big decision there was actually the snipe. The snipe hitting the Blood Knight. If that Blood Knight hadn't had that 4 damage dealt to it, I think that Blood Knight would probably just run away with the game. So the snipe turned out to be a really clever decision on Choco's part, so well played to him there.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. It's like, so, I believe that means we're going to game 5. We got a
Odd Rogue Mirror
Odd
time.
Rogue Mirror. Alright, so is there anything, is it the exact odd, is there any big differences between these two decks?
Choco is running an Ironbeak Owl at only a single Blood Knight and a single Void Ripper.
But he's also running 2 Vicious Fledglings. Sorry.
While
the right one.
Rumham is running a copy of Tar Creeper instead of the Owl. He's running Edwin Van Cleef and a Blink Fox.
And he's also running the...
the big difference is Rumham is running 2 Blood Knights, while Choco is running 1. I think the biggest difference is Rumham is running Amira's Unstable Element, while Choco is not.
That's big. Yep, that may be the big difference maker in this matchup, because being able to refill your hand as an odd rogue is a very dangerous thing.
Yeah, but Rumham has Tar Creeper and he has Myra's Unstable Element, and I think those two cards are really important again in the mirror. Edwin Van Cleef it's an okay card, especially when, as Rumham is, he's on the coin. Choco picks up a Dire Mole off the top there on turn 1 with nothing else to do, so he's going to be feeling very happy about that.
And for him, he's just going to play the Firefly out. Makes sense.
Ooh,
So-
Golden Baku. Now, Rumham has a choice.
So
A pretty good.
I think the question here for Roman, okay, he's just gonna dagger up. It's like I was thinking he might think about doing like coin Edwin possibly, but it doesn't appear he's gonna go that route.
I mean, he has the option of coin 1-drop Edwin on this turn to make a 6/6.
This turn.
And he can
Yep.
he can coin Southsea Deckhand, use that alongside his dagger to deal with this Flappy Bird, and then play a 6/6 Edwin on this turn. That looks pretty good
I
to
like
me.
it. Yeah, well, it's very good to me actually.
So Rumham, I like that he's holding on to the coin with Edwin here, because the Deckhand plus dagger will deal with any 3-drop Choco is able to play and allow him to make a pretty big Edwin here. I'd be very surprised if that's not what we see here.
Yeah, you gotta think that's probably the line.
Yep, that's what's happening here. And
Yep.
Edwin is a pretty good card. It's amazing, like, when you think about the different classic class legendaries, just how much Edwin seems to be than all of the other ones.
Yeah, it's like it's one of the few like class legendaries that I've seen play throughout the history of Hearthstone, regardless of deck or anything else. It's like
Yeah.
Rogue is probably always going to incorporate Edwin Van Cleef somewhere in their deck. Probably the only other sort of always present ones were probably things that have moved to the Hall of Fame, like Ragnaros and Sylvanas and stuff like that.
Of the like 9 class legendaries, Edwin's very much the only one which is like stuck around, I'd say. Like Grom saw his time, King Crush is kind of seeing his own time now. Velen pops in and out, but there's plenty of others which just don't really ever appear. And these deckhands just showing that they can be fantastic board control tools as well as aggressive tools.
Yeah, very reasonable.
And this looks like a very good Dagger and Void Ripper this turn.
Yeah, so I do like the Dagger Void Ripper, and then you
Deadly
can-
Poison into Valspine on the following turn is going to deal with
Yep, I
anything.
like it.
And these 3/1 molds are going to allow a pretty nice trade into the Tar Creeper. It takes a little bit of attack off the Edwin, and I think this mold's going face for sure, but I do think you hold on to the
Oh, yeah.
Dagger hit.
Yeah, no, you hold on to it so you can Deadly Poison and get 2 hits of the 4.
But
Now the bigger question I think for now is, does
I was going to suggest this for Rumham. I like going wide. The
Yes.
holding back of a dagger hit, I think, was a good suggestion that Shogo's setting up for something possibly involving a Valspine. Like, you're always thinking about Valspine from turn 6 onwards. So going
So the
wider
question-
rather than taller is the thing. I would like to see a trade here. Because again, you're thinking about Valspine, you want to get the maximum amount of value from your minions.
Yep, that's a nice little turnaround of the board there.
Yep, and I think we're just going to see another turnaround here. We can see the Hench Clan Thug, the Cold Blood onto this Flame Elemental to allow it to trade into Valspine, or indeed to just go face. With this kind of health total, and the fact that the 4 attack dagger is probably going to have to hit into this 4/4 Hench Clan Thug anyway, I think I'd like to see the damage go face.
I think so too. Yeah, it's like you know what's about to occur here, so
You know what's happening. You need to kill your opponent before they kill you, and this is the best way of doing so. And I'd really like putting the Cold Blood on the Dire Mole instead of the Flame Elemental here, because you haven't seen a SI7 agent yet, so Drumham's doing his best to play around that possibility. And Choco's life total is very low right now, and he's probably thinking about playing this Blood Knight just to put some presence on the board. Because right now this vicious fledgling, does just die to the board. So getting another 3/3 is, I think, pretty important here. Much more important than just redaggering, which is Choco's alternative.
I say the only way that vicious fledgling does not die right here is if Leroy Jenkins comes off the top of the deck for
yeah, either this vicious fledgling dies or Rumham or Choco dies. Yeah. Those are the two options right now.
Yes.
But this one is getting very, very close indeed. And Choco's just taking his time to think about this, because of course this is match point here for both players. We're at 2-2. And that Valspine's not playable right now. Or at least it's playable. It's playable, but it's not active. So we could see just the Blood Knight come down here in order to challenge this opposing Blood Knight, and he's just going face.
I don't know how I feel about that now.
No, this is
like you have a vicious fledgling on the other side of the board, and now you have a South Sea deckhand that just came off for.
Well, of course Choco is going to attack with the Flappy Bird first. Gets the Wind Fury. He's going for it. Gets plus health.
You can't Wind Fury again, but yeah, probably plus health or this.
I think I'd go for the plants. The main way that this is being dealt with is a Vilespine, and the health does nothing against a Vilespine, but the plants at least leave some board presence. So I think I'd like to see Living Spores taken here. And then the question is...
Going health. So he's going Protect right now. And actually, yeah, he can kill the 1/2 with what's right here, but...
I think I'd like to see him use the deckhand to kill this, because 4 is the break point. Yeah, there's a Deadly Poison, there's South Sea Deckhand, there's all manner of things, and Rumham needs...
Well, good news is
a Valspine activator, and he gets one.
Yeah, there's a Valspine. Yep,
and
got it.
Statistically speaking, he was very likely to draw a Valspine activated there. The only cards he could draw which would not allow him to... there were like 8 or so. And the Baku comes down, of course. Baku is the ultimate signal of I give up. And just like that, Rumham takes the series 3-2.
So we have a finals. And we have a third place match. But so we're gonna have Donde versus Rumham in the finals. Let me tell Rumham real quick. We're gonna take about 10-minute break probably, or 5-10 minutes to set up, but then we're gonna come back with the finals. So
yes, indeed. Yep, so we're going to have Donde versus Rumham in the finals, then happening off stream. We're not going to be bringing you the 3rd and 4th place game. It's going to be Choco versus... Oh god, I've just completely blanked on the name. Help me, Force.
Bill Snyder?
Bill Snyder, that's the one. Thank you very much. So yeah, like you say, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break or so while we get the finals sorted out. And we will be right back with the finals of this September THL Open Series. So stay tuned, and we'll see you all shortly.
Greeting, traveler.
change your mind.
You require my assistance? Adigo! We're gonna be rich.
I have no time for games.
Inferno! You require my assistance? Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
Greeting, traveler.
I have no time for games.
The end is coming! Who am I?
Let me change your mind.
Hello, welcome back one final time, everyone. We got the finals of this, the THL September Open Series. I am still Robobson, as I have been all the way through today, and joining me for this round is still Force of Will. So, are you excited for this one, Force?
I am really excited. I'm even more excited when I actually started looking at all Rumham's decks, because we've only really caught the tail end of Rumham's matches, and we saw like the Elemental Shaman or the Odd Rogue or something like that.
Yeah, I think his Paladin has been banned a decent amount, which is disappointing because we were just looking at this Paladin deck during the interim, but we just kind of assumed offhand it was like, oh yeah, it's odd Paladin probably. Nope. It is
OTK.
Yep, we got Tice's Exodia Paladin here, and I'm a big fan of this deck. It's really fun, which is rare for a Paladin deck these days, which is just normally Baku. But very interesting because, like I said, I thought it was just an odd Paladin, and that Donde's Aggro Mage up against the Odd Rogue, the Secret Hunter, and the Even Shaman, alongside an odd Paladin, would have like a really tough time. But Exodia Paladin versus Aggro Mage, I've got to assume that that's pretty good for an Aggro Mage.
Yeah, unless there's a lot of life gain, which right
there
now,
isn't.
There isn't. As obviously there's not. There's Crystal Smith Kangor is there.
And True Silver Champions, and of course Uther of the Ebon Blade with his big old lifesteal weapon.
Yeah, Uther of the Ebon Blade, yeah. So yeah, this Paladin, we talked about this off stream getting ready for this match. I think this match is going to hinge on if that Paladin can either get a win. I think the worst thing for Donde to actually do is ban it.
Donde is most assuredly not going to ban that Paladin, because looking at these matchups for that Paladin, like Donde, of course, we've seen him before, but just a reminder, he has a Token Druid, a Aggro Mage, a Death Rattle Hunter, and a Even Warlock. And obviously the stats for Exodia Paladin are not particularly well defined right now because not that many people are playing it. But from what I know, Token Druid is not the best matchup because Pyromancer Equality. It deals with one thing, it doesn't deal with two border things. Death Rattle Hunter is just very good against these much slower controlier decks, or like even the slower anti-control decks. Death Rattle Hunter is very good against something like Exodia Paladin or Togwaggle Druid, things which take a while to do one really specific thing. Aggro Mage could probably, I think it could probably get there against the Aggro Mage, but it's just going to come down to draws specifically, and I think an early Alaneth would just about win the game for the Mage. And against Even Warlock, I think the Paladin's actually got a decent shot there too, actually. Because Equality is very good against Giants.
Against a bunch of really big things, even if they're,
Yeah, like the Even Warlock does take a while to get it, like, it's kind of like turn 4-ish where their big stuff will start happening. And that is the time when the Paladin's kind of big board clears are active. And Gul'dan takes a while to get going as well, and there is a decent amount of healing in the deck. So Paladin versus Evenlock could be a very interesting match. I'm hoping the Paladin doesn't get banned, because I'm looking forward to seeing some games.
I'm hoping not. I'm keeping an eye on their Battle 5 screen right now to see what the bans are. They are currently challenged up, and I'm assuming they are in the process of doing bans. Maybe taking a quick break since they just finished with matches.
Oh,
all
we
right,
have
so we do have bans.
And the
all right,
Aggro Mage has been banned for Donde, while the Odd Rogue has been banned for Rumham. So
I think for Donde, I think that ban is correct because that's the most aggressive of the three decks that Rumham is running. So
I'm very surprised to see that aggro. I think Donde's just been handed a way out here. I very much disagree with that mage ban, because he would absolutely dunk on that mage with 3 out of 4 decks.
Yeah, that seems like a weird ban from Rumham for Donde's decks.
Like, I would probably have banned the Token Druid, to be perfectly honest with you. Token Druid's a pretty scary deck when you have all of these aggro decks, and now
Token Druid, or maybe even the Evil Warlock, but definitely not the mage. Like,
yeah, that's a very questionable ban for me at least. So hopefully hopefully Rumham doesn't get punished for that ban.
Hopefully not. It's like, it will be a shame with a OTK Paladin, the thing that cost him this match is the mage ban. So.
Yep. Well, he's made it this far. We've got to assume that he knows what he's doing. We can disagree all we want. And I think
we're ready to get these guys started, aren't we?
Yeah, I was just about to say that. We can let these players know to get this show on the road. And before we do that, of course, one final shout out to our sponsors, HS Replay, who have very kindly donated many months of HS Replay Premium to the winner, and the winner of this game is going to get 2 months as opposed to 1, as well as the 15 packs which were very kindly donated to us by Saku.
Yes.
So, plenty to play for here. Not just some THL open points. Of course, the winner of this match gets 30, the loser gets 25. Sorry, Schwartz, you want to say something?
So, and honestly, Donde winning this match would move him to second, I believe, behind Bill Snyder in the points race for the THL Open Championship in December. So,
whew.
Big one for him. Rumham would probably move. Rumham with a win would probably move into a tie for second with probably imposition, and Bill Snyder would of course be ahead at this point. So
our front runners are starting to establish themselves at this point because of course imposition did very well at the last tournament. Got top 16 at this tournament, so
he top 16. So yeah,
he's getting a decent amount of points.
Yeah, he picked up some nice points for this one. So. Oh, and they are in. Let's see. No, they are not in game. They are in game. Are they in game? No, Donnie's not in game yet. Sorry. I'm looking through my friends list. I see a whole bunch of eyeballs. It's like, oh, do you want to spectate? Do you want to spectate?
There's plenty of people playing the game right now. That is for sure. Obviously, no one has anything to do on a lazy Sunday rather than play a children's card game.
Obviously not. I don't know what's worse is that they're all playing a children's card game or that we're commenting them playing a children's card game on a Sunday afternoon.
I mean, for me, it's a Sunday evening. Like,
Sunday evening for you, yeah.
What else am I going to be doing at like 9 p.m. on a Sunday?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, it's not bedtime. It's not time to do anything interesting. Might as well commentate on some children's card games.
Yeah, might as well.
This should at least be a pretty good example of it.
Oh, they are in. So, Donde needs to send an invite again. But who we're going to have on the bottom for this one?
We are going to have Donde on the bottom, so I need to wait for this invite to spectate him before we can even get into it. But once we have it, we'll be right in there. And we are in.
All right. Yeah, it looks like Rumham's leading off with that even shaman.
Good. I'm very excited to hear that. And like I say, we're getting right into it. Donde on the bottom of your screens with the token druid, however, while, like you say, Rumham with his even elemental shaman. And this is not a fantastic matchup for even shaman. As someone who plays a fair bit of even shaman, I can tell you this one doesn't feel great.
No, it's like, yeah, they can go wider on the board, they can go bigger on their things. It's like, this is...
They can do a lot of things that you're just like, well, I guess I'm screwed, huh? Rumham does have a very nice opening hand with double Merkspark Eel and an Earthen Might. Lots of ways to pressure on the board. Because he's going to have been thinking a lot about spreading Plague in this particular matchup, because that can just end the game. There's one way of getting around it.
Yep, that's a pretty good pickup. Sea Giant. Now, unfortunately for Donde right now, Donde's looking for mana. Well, he looked for Mana Ramp, and he just happened to top deck Mana Ramp.
Yeah, his hand was absolutely terrible, and like this is what the effect Wild Growth has. Your hand goes from complete garbage to that's all right. So now we just get Saronite Chain Gang into Saronite Chain Gang into Strongshell Scavenger, assuming at least one of them survives, probably two, and straight away it's starting to look difficult for Rumham.
Yep,
Zap is not a bad pickup.
Not a terrible pickup. I'm trying to think if I mean, you roll totem first, see if you can get spell power, right? I mean, just see if one of these can actually just clear it out right now.
Yep, I think so. But he's also going to be thinking about, do I really want to totem? Because Spreading Plague, always a card that you need to worry about.
Yeah, you're 2 turns off from Spreading Plague. I think you're okay for a second, but
Yeah, but you have to think about it, because chances are your totems will not get cleared off.
no, chances are not. You know, I agree with that much at least. But
So just going to clear off one of these chain gangs, it looks like. Could coin an Earthen Might on this eel to allow it to clear off the... Oh,
I guess that's the
actually,
other. That's the other option we didn't think about was just go wide or just go large and use the Earthenmite to.
Large-ish. Actually chooses to not
Yeah.
even attack in with the eel, just to make sure he has a bunch of 2-3s against this 2-3. And I quite like that quite a lot. Now Donde has the option of going for another chain gang. He could Strong Shell Scavenger just to make one slightly bigger chain gang, or he could swipe one of these 2-3s, kill off another one. And looks like that's the approach he is going for, just kind of minimizing Rumham's ability to capitalize on this board. We do see a Grumble World Shaker coming to hand for Rumham. This is one of the more unusual inclusions in this deck, of many unusual inclusions, we gotta say.
I will say though, is like considering this is the elemental, and we talked about when we had Rumham on earlier, the value that this deck can generate. I sort of like the Grumble here because you can bounce up some of those 2 mana, add an elemental to your
The
hand.
menacing Nimbuses.
Yeah, menacing Nimbuses. You can. There's a lot of good things you can get back with the Grumble in this deck.
Wow, chooses to trade there.
I actually like that too, though. Admittedly, because your opponent's going on 6 mana. It's like.
If they
No
spray
reason-
play
no
for
reason.
2, you're not devastated. We've got bad
Yeah.
dig. And Donde is just going to look for some cards here. Picks up the Soul Forest. He's got to wait one more turn before he can go something like Saronite Chain Gang, Strong Shell Scavenger. Obviously, he's a fair ways off from being able to go Spreading Plague, Strong Shell Scavenger, or Ultimate Infestation. So both players just have very awkward hands right now.
I'm trying to think here. It's like, yeah, I was wondering if there was any possibility of just pass, like don't do anything. It's like, and
I think I would have
again, your
just
opponent's
played the Earthen Might on the spell damage totem and just left
yeah,
it at
that's
that.
sort of what I was thinking. It's like, why not just do Earthenmite and then, because now, I mean, Spreading Plague here is not terrible. It's like
It's not great though.
probably not the best, not great, but.
Yep, I'm just going to do this and say go, I guess. There is the option
Speaking
here
of menacing,
of zapping one of these and then just playing Grumble. So you have a 2-3 contesting a 7-7.
I like that. I think here, or
Or just do this, zap a
do this
2-3.
too. Yeah, you still zap, and then you can even push 2 damage if you'd like.
Yeah, Rumham is now in the stage of the game where he can just afford to play big stuff. He doesn't have to play totems or 2-drops or anything like that. He can just go second fire elemental, Grumble, big stuff. Oh, and Donde actually choosing to kill off the Taunt Totem actually kind of helps out Rumham, I think.
Yeah. Oh, Thunderhead turned too late with the overload, unfortunately.
Yep. Alas. But still plenty of stuff for Rumham to do here. He could kill off one of these Neutrons and maybe just Grumble, get a 1-mana fire elemental in his hand. Or just play a Sea Giant. And he's actually, I think, by playing the Sea Giant first, he could of course play the Menacing Nimbus first. Like, just considering Spreading Plague a little bit more there by not playing the weaker minion. I think I'm a fan of that.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, don't. Anytime past where the Druid has 6 mana, you have to ask yourself, is like, do you really want to throw that additional minion on the board?
Do you really want a 2-2?
You really want to do that?
Like, he could actually, on the following turn, combine, like, play Menacing Nimbus, then just Grumble it back instantly. And if, like, one of the really cool interactions between Grumble and Sea Giant is Sea Giant instantly becomes 0 just with Grumble on the board.
You're correct, yes, because it becomes a 1-mana Sea Giant, and
which reduces the cost by 1.
Yep, and Grumble's already on the board, so you're all set with that.
Dante's just going to play a 5-mana 4/4, it looks like here.
He is protecting that Annoyatron here to give himself a little protection, and setting up. And he also was wanting to clear some stuff out just before turn 10, because now he can play UI next turn with pretty much no problems.
Yep. So this is, I think, the one turn for Rumham that he can kind of go, okay, I can actually go wide this turn. Like, a Druid's turn 10 is the turn where you want to maybe develop a few more minions, a few smaller minions, rather than, say, just one bigger one. Like, we could see, and this is why Rumham is going for the hero power on this turn. Probably going to see a Menacing Nimbus, and gets another Menacing Nimbus.
He's on the Menacing Nimbus train now, so...
Yeah, so be very surprised if we don't see a Ultimate Infestation come out now, but it just doesn't have that great a target.
Honestly, I think you go for the 8/8 and you'll put your Elemental at
Yeah, I mean, it's okay, but you still lose the 4/4 in the process. Does pick up the second Arcane Turret in the process, otherwise he was going to mill a card, so probably quite happy to see that. And there's no Nitro, and it's just going to keep on going to the face. Zap is, I think, a very nice pickup here.
Yeah, especially combined with Thunderhead.
Yeah.
Thunderhead plus Zap is pretty much a full board clear, I believe, here. You could even Nimbusing Elemental first if you would so desire.
Yeah, so the Thunderhead with the spell damage. So the Zap will do 3 damage to the 5/5, then you'll generate 2 1/1s, which can deal with the 5/5 further. Then you could attack him to the 4/4 with your 8/7, or you could just go face. But we could see a Menacing Nimbus followed by a Grumble this turn. Nope, you got to attack with Sea Giant first.
Gotta attack before. Do the Sea Giant first before you Grumble.
Yep, and there we see the 0-mana Sea Giant we talked about before. And just going to play out another Menacing Nimbus. Gets himself a Benevolent Djinn. The 3-mana 2/4 Paladin Elemental, which restores 3 health to your hero. Not.
I've seen worse.
It's okay. It's more just stuff.
Yeah.
Rumham is getting himself some stuff, but Donde is really kind of starting to draw into his power plays. Like, Spreading Plague, Strong Shell Scavenger is at any point like just such a huge threat. And like the 3/7s, like Grumble does contest it, the Sea Giant does contest it, but the 2/2 does not. And Rumham does not run that many things which do contest it.
I'm gonna say I sort of like seeing. I think I want to see this Arcane Tyrant go into Grumble here, and then maybe Spreading Plague, and then the Strong Scale Scavenger, because that'll make it a 3/7. Okay, or Wild Growth, draw more cards.
Yeah, I think Donna's just a little bit unsure of what he wants to. Oh, and the Floop means that he now has 3 Strong Shell Scavengers, should he wish to do so. And I think he's just holding out a little bit on the Spreading Plague, because against an even Shaman, it's almost always going to be good. Instead, you can use a Spellstone to deal with the Sea Giant. Did get the attack out on time. More Menacing Nimbuses. Many, many more Menacing Nimbuses. And this is a very awkward position for Rumham.
Yeah, it is. This is like, I mean, he can clear it pretty easily with the Flame Elemental, but actually, no, he can't. Sorry, I was figuring. Yeah, Flame Elemental, put the Nimbus into the one that does damage, and then just use Grumble to. Of course, you could try to see if you can get another Grumble off of one of these Menacing Nimbuses, and then bounce them all again.
That seems optimistic at best.
At best, yeah. So.
Yeah, and like I think what we're seeing from Rumham's particular build of Token Druid of Even Shaman is it is a lot weaker in this matchup than something which runs, say, Corpse Taker, where you get the Wind Fury going early on against a Druid, and that can just sometimes win you the game before the Token Druid gets going. The Token Druid has well and truly got going in this game, and it's just going to be very tough for Rumham to deal with. Because Token Druid can now just play Spreading Plague, Strong Shell Scavenger, or Spreading Plague, Soul of the Forest, or I think there's maybe 30 different possible combinations of cards Donde could play this turn, which would still be quite good.
Yeah, I sort of like the again, maybe put the 1/5 into the into either one of the bigger creatures here. Then
the
Spreading
Grumble.
Plague. Yeah.
Grumble's
Yeah, the Grumble
scary
or
of the
the
two.
Crusher. Yeah.
No, he's actually just going to go for...
Or this is the other option, is just do some big Noyatrons.
Yeah, just make some stuff. Because with the... could even play 2 good Noyatrons with Floop there, but just going to make some stuff happen and start hitting face. Because this threatens a lot of damage at any given point. And he's holding on to his Spreading Plague, perhaps being a bit greedy, but there's no punish.
punish,
Rumham
yeah.
can just kill this 3/7 with Grumble, the 2/2 and the 8/8 can kill one Annoyatron, and maybe he's forced to use a Zap on this 2/1 just to get the body off the board. Or just use the Flame Elemental as well as Zap to kill something else. Rumham can clear most of this board, but this is very far away from being Donde's last development. And Rumham is in that position where, in order to get value, he needs to play some of his smaller minions, like these 2 Menacing Nimbuses. Looks like he's going for the Thunderhead, actually. And looks like Rumham's going in here.
Yeah, well now the Zap can...
Oh no, but he needs to play
generate-
the Menacing Nimbus.
he needs to kill something first, though.
Yeah, he's missed out on a little bit of value there from one of these
He's
things.
only going to get one...
Maybe he was intending to only get one? And actually leaving the Divine Shield up, because in doing so he prevents Donde from being able to trade this in and then play Spreading Plague. So I do like leaving the Divine Shield intact there.
He's holding the other Stone Shell Scavenger, though, so... Strong Shell Scavenger, so he could still do Spreading Plague and then bump this Noitron even up a little bit more to a 5/6.
Yep, and it does look like that's what he is going for. And of course, he's got the 3rd Strong Shell Scavenger to follow it up if any of these big taunts survive, which they're very likely to. So this is going to be a huge amount of development from Donde. And like next turn, he could also Soul the Forest this board. Chances are some of this board is going to survive, and this Divine Shield, I was going to say could kill out the Fire Elemental, but or it could just go face.
Okay, so does Hagatha change the math any here?
I think if you're Rumham, you're still just trying to kill as much of this as possible. So can kill off everything except 2 taunts here.
Pretty good overall.
I think he's going to go for a Menacing Nimbus, maybe get a Zap from the generated spell, which will allow him to use Thunderhead some more. But the same thing applies for the Spell Damage Totem. Gets a Spirit Echo, but it's not going to be able to have he's not going to have many minions to play that on very shortly, as all of this stuff's going to have to trade off. Only 2, 3, 4s left on the board. And
He can buff again if you would like with the Floop. You can't really push here.
I mean, you can. You can make a few big things against, and when you have Savage Roar, Branching Paths in hand, any amount of damage at any given point can be magnified hugely.
He's going to face his tank the 8/2, which I mean he has armor, so that's fine. But
he just
Now
face
he's gotta
tanked.
push.
He just face tanked an 8 attack minion and he's on 28 health. Because I do believe... Wow, Tar-Lord! Tar-Lord comes off the Menacing Nimbus. A humongous
That's pretty
taunt.
good option.
I think that will just about keep Rumham alive here. But he does get a Magma Rager, so...
Okay.
Not everyone's perfect.
No.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen Menacing Nimbus give a Magma Rager. I'd almost forgotten it was an elemental.
Yeah, I was like, I mean, that's probably why we don't see more Menacing Nimbuses played, is because, yeah, you had the chance to get something insane, like a Blaze Caller or something like that. But you also have just about an equal chance to get a Magma Rager.
how much damage do we have here? We have 13 plus another 8 plus another 6, 21, 27. So I don't think... Oh, and then 30 with... Yeah, this is exact lethal, assuming that the numbers align. No, it's one off, because one extra damage is forced to go into the Tar-Lord, but I think Donna is going to be very happy putting them
down
at
to one.
1 health. I don't think there are any outs for Rumham here.
Well, I mean, you have a 2-mana Mimic Pod with so I mean,
I don't think there's any cards in your deck which can save you.
But I don't think you have anything. Yeah, you need to play a bunch of small things. Well,
maybe the Stormbringer.
Maybe
it gets
you're
you
gonna
like
you're gonna need a legend. You're gonna need a legendary taunt off of this.
4
and a good one.
Osrooks. 4 Osrooks. Let's go. I mean, I think if you're Rumham, you've got to go for it here. Let's go. Let's see what happens. It's darkness.
Well, even
and it's a Baron Geddon that kills himself.
the Baron Geddon will kill him alone. All right, Dante wins game number 1.
Well,
oh my gosh.
And that's why we don't see the Stormbringer happen more often.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm sure I could come up with worse legendary minions to get off the top, but the Darkness, Baron Geddon, and a bunch of other things. Which, by the way, the Darkness has no candles in Dante's deck to even draw from.
Yeah, so it's literally just like a space on the board, which has no chance of ever doing anything.
Exactly. So
not ideal. And yeah, Rumham and Donde just showing us why I think that Token Druid should probably have been banned, because I don't really see that any other of Rumham's decks being able to do a better job against that Token Druid. So pretty much just got an easy win there.
yeah, pretty much. It's like pretty much there.
Rumham sticking to the Shaman, and again getting a pretty miserable matchup with Donde's Evenlock. And
Yeah, because any deck that runs Defile is going to have a pretty big hand
Defile,
up on the
Hellfire, Dreadenfell,
Yep.
Mossy Horror is even amazing against Shaman because of all those totems.
Yep, absolutely. So
Gonna be a full mulligan from Donde, and picks up
and he picks up both Defiles.
perfectly symmetrical hand with 2 Golden Twilight Drakes and 2 Defiles laid out nice and evenly. But Rumham does have this Sea Giant, so if you can get enough stuff happening on the board, maybe there's a chance of doing something. And he does have the Flamestone Totem and the Earthen Might to push some early damage.
I would say the problem with that plan though is to really get cheap Sea Giants, your opponent needs to be assisting you a little bit on getting stuff on board, and even Warlock is not known for putting like 10 things on the board. They're like putting 2, maybe 3.
2 of which are
most.
huge.
Yeah, 2 of which are 8/8. So yes.
Does pick up Hagatha though, and maybe that's a potential win condition for Rumham. Take the game a bit longer and outvalue them, because we have seen that there is a lot of value in this deck from Rumham. But for now, it's just going to be pushing some damage.
I think this is well, I was gonna say I think it's Coin Hellfire, but I forgot Hellfire's not really gonna help with the 4/4 that's sitting out there.
Yeah, would become a 2/1. So instead, Dondo is just going to go for the early Twilight Drake.
Okay, so he has Thunderhead, he has Zap.
Yeah, so if the... Yeah, so Thunderhead generates the 2/1/1s with Rush on either side of it.
Yep.
So there is probably something he can do here with the 2 totems, as well as generating
Yeah, if he plays it at the appropriate spot, which he does, then
Yep, so these two 1/1s are going to trade perfectly into this because one will have 3 attack due to the Flame Tongue Totem, and it's still going to keep this 4/4 around. And crucially, Dondo's at 16 health on 4 mana rather than 15.
yeah, 15 he'll be dropping one of those hooked reavers, but still a little short on that.
I think Donde thought he had 5 mana there.
I think he did too. Yep.
Yep, we saw him tap and hover over the hooked reaver, and that's honestly potentially a huge mistake.
Yeah, it's like, well,
It's not going to be punished, but that was honestly... Dondo just messaged me saying, I can count mana. I'm not so sure about that. But that's just
like, I still probably would have wanted to see the, that's not the worst burn, but problem is now, hooked reaver is there, but, you're basically coming up on dead because
he's going to go down to 1 this turn. He can play the Sea. He can play Menacing Nimbus and Sea Giant this turn.
He can. Yeah, that's actually, you probably want to do that before you start swinging into the Hooked Reaver with your Thunderhead and your...
always want to play minions before you trade if there's a Sea Giant involved. And yep. Arcane Tyrant, not particularly great in this deck, considering there are no spells which cost 5 mana or more.
If he gets the Stormbringer again, he'll be able to cast that Arcane Tyrant for free.
Yes. Fantastic. I don't see any reason to not play the Sea Giant here. Of course, you can Totem as well. Never forget about the Totem.
Yep.
Play at 8/8, put your opponent to 1 mana, and this was...
Whoa! Wait, what?
No, it's still...
Wrong. Slight mess up there, and actually, well, the Defile helps now, so you can Defile and then Hooked Reaver.
Yeah.
And that clears up most of the board.
I would have liked to attack with the 1 health minion there. I think that was just a mistake from Rumham, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's like you keep the 4/4 around. Because see, now the 4/4 being on the board would be lethal.
Never mind.
Oh,
Rumham just top decks Argent Commander. He made a slight mistake there, but Donde made the much bigger mistake. So the mistakes kind of balanced out. And Rumham takes the second game of the series and rounds it up to 1-1. Gets a win with his very mid-rangey Even Shaman. Still has his Exodia Paladin and his Hunter, the Secret Hunter.
So with what's left now, because Donde has won with the Druid, Rumham has won with the Shaman. Between the Cube Hunter and the Death Rattle Hunter and the is it time for OTK?
I hope so. I want to see this deck in action.
Does not appear to be. It appears to be the Spell Hunter or the
Secret Hunter. Now, Secret Hunter versus the Even Warlock is another. It's an interesting matchup because you need to kind of Deathstalker Rek'Sai is what makes this matchup quite interesting and quite intricate, because there is of course just the kill them early plan with all your beasts but the Spellstone is unfortunately very, very bad against Even Warlock. We did see a match earlier on today where the Even Warlock just didn't have Hellfire, so the Spellstone was able to do a lot of work. But as we can see from Donde's hand, this is not one of those games.
No. Donde has perfect answer. Again, he starts off with 2 Defiles in hand, and this time he has 2 Hellfires. So,
but Rumham's hand is nothing to joke about either. He can. Looks like he's considering going Coin Animal Companion into Animal Companion. Just looking for those Huffers.
He's looking for Huffer here. That's not a Huffer. That's a Misha.
But Misha is very resilient against Hellfire, which is not the worst thing in the world if you are Rumham. And maybe Huffer comes off the next one. And if he gets
Huffer off the...
Misha first, Huffer second, I don't think he's particularly unhappy with that.
Yeah, it's like, I think you just throw out the other animal companion, see what you get here.
Yeah, having coin one
These-
is very much an indicator that you were going to play the second one this turn. And Leo,
Okay.
not actually that bad. That's a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, that's actually a very resilient board against Hellfire, because
And again, Donde's on 16 health on 4 mana. Let's see if he taps again.
well, he's got 10 cards in hand this time. If he taps, he's burning.
Well, he burnt a card when he tapped last time, so...
Oh, he did? Oh, I thought he had 9, and he
Well,
just,
he tapped
he
to
just
10.
miscounted
and
his
then
mana.
He tapped to 10 and then didn't play a card, so he burned a card on the following turn.
Oh, he did, yeah. So, well, he'll burn a card right now if he doesn't do anything. Or if he does it now, so...
And he does have this Twilight Drake, but that's not very resilient. And as we can see from the freezing trap in Rumham's hand, it is not going to do anything whatsoever.
No.
And with 9 damage on the board, so Rumham with this Eaglehorn bow can do 12 on the following turn. If Crackling Razormaw gets a Wind Fury on the Misha, that is in fact lethal if this Twilight Drake is played. So I imagine Crackling Razormaw is... There's 2
Well, how about
chances
2?
for it now.
Give me 2 chances at it here.
Yep, so this is for lethal. Gets the Wind Fury, and
There it is.
Rumham is going to take game number 2 here very quickly.
Yep, that was a turn 4 kill from Rumham.
Turn
Goodness gracious.
4 lethal. Fantastic stuff. And, well, we were talking about, is it time for the OTK Paladin? It's definitely time for the OTK Paladin now, as it's the only deck remaining.
Yep. So now we mentioned this up front. Is this might be Rumham's difficult matchup here now? It's like because this is a very controlling deck. Like this is one of the most controlling decks out there.
Yeah.
But you're up against
I think against the Even Warlock, it's got a very good chance just because Paladin removal is so efficient against a lot of things. The only thing it's not particularly efficient against is Death Rattles. So against this Hunter, it's going to have a really hard time. But against the Even Warlock, there's definitely a chance. So I think if you're Donde, you've got the choice. The classic age-old decision of, do I play the good matchup first, or do I play the potentially bad matchup first? And I think one real kind of ace up Rumham's sleeve here is the fact that, do you think Donde's played against much Exodia Paladin recently?
No.
It's like one of those decks that you might not know how to play against because it's just infrequent.
He does play in both Ragnar's and Sylvanas League and Team Hearth League, but I mean I faced OTK like 3 weeks ago when I was playing a warrior deck in THL. I don't know if he's I don't know if he's actually has seen or has experience playing against the Exodia Paladin. You know, the one turn kill Exodia Paladin. So, but we're gonna find out, I guess.
I believe the last time I played against Exodia Paladin was in THL was 3 seasons ago.
Really?
Yep, and it looks like Donde is going. Yeah, it was against Ironfire, amusingly enough. And Donde has instead decided to go for the Warlock in possibly the worst of the matchups. And no early giants to be seen here. And
so
Donde is going first. So
Donde needs to basically toss his hand and look for the giants, right? I mean, essentially.
Yes. I believe that's very much the case. And Rumham is just going to be looking for Call to Arms. But he's got a Pyro Equality. And very interestingly, there's a Blood Knight in this Exodia Paladin deck.
Well, he is also playing Giggling Inventor. He tossed one back. Now, of course, there's not a Giggling Inventor on the other side from Donde, as Donde is playing even, but...
No, I'm just saying, it's quite an aggressive card, and it's still in this very controlled deck, which seems very odd to me. But
it is.
From what I know of Exodia Paladin, Rumham's game plan is essentially just stall, draw, and then eventually you get to Death Knight Uther, and then you start generating things, bouncing them back to your hand, and eventually you just win the game outright. We do see a giant appear in Donde's hand. Gonna be very happy to see that, and you can even play out a 2-drop after tapping, so it's gonna be 4 mana next turn.
Yep. He'll even be able to tap before he plays his giant, if he would like.
So now the decisions starting for Rumham. As he draws into like one of the newest control paladin tools, the Shrink Ray.
Now for Dande just drew the. Well, no, he's going giant. I was gonna say, is there any argument putting out the Twilight Drake and see if that can bait out the equality Pyromancer equality first?
I don't think so. You want to be very aggressive if you are Donde, and Rumham looks like he's actually going to go for the equality straight away. I'm wondering if there's any argument to just kind of trading into the Plated Beetle and playing the Righteous Protector to try and bait out some more development, because now equality's gone.
Well, there's
and
another
here
giant.
comes another giant. He does have a Shrink Ray.
But he's actually... Yeah, he's probably just going to Shrink Ray this in.
And I really hope for Rumham's sake he doesn't think, oh, I've got Mossy Horror. He doesn't. And this is another giant dealt with. And that is both giants gone now.
Yep. That's why you mentioned that this Paladin might be really good against the even. It's because once you remove the two biggest threats from the deck, then...
I mean, Donde has drawn a very threat-dense hand. So, it's still got a long way to go if you are Rumham. I do think he maybe used some of his removal a bit too hastily. Because
Possibly, yeah.
The number of threats in Donde's deck versus the number of clears in Rumham's deck, there are more threats than there are clears.
There is.
This is the usual thing that you run into when you're playing a control deck versus some of these more mid-range decks. You need to be more greedy with your removal than you perhaps like to in some scenarios, because if you are not, you will just kind of get overwhelmed. Rumham perhaps need to hold on to that equality for a turn more. Perhaps needs to try and bait out something with the Rage Protector a bit earlier. Or he just needs to draw into another equality really shortly.
It's like, I mean, if he would have known that both the giants were coming in down after each other, he probably would have held on and just did Pyro equality the next turn.
Yeah, but if you
knew that was coming.
Yeah, but you kind of got to assume the worst when you're playing these kinds of matchups. You got to think, well, what's the worst that can happen, and how screwed am I if that happens? This Giggling Eventer is just not gonna go well for Rumham.
Nope.
He is about to get blown out of the water. Actually choosing to play the Blood Knight to...
It does compete with everything else. The problem is...
Could just defile this to go face now and hold on to the Mossy Horror.
That's all he needs.
But no, still going to play the Mossy Horror and play a Vulgar Homunculus to protect some of these bigger minions. And just go face.
Yep.
Because why not? Oh, but there's a card.
Oh, that's a card. That's Sunkeeper Tarum, so... Now, I think the only question in my mind is, do you toss out the Loot Hoarder and then make the Loot Hoarder a 3/3 as well, so that you can get a little additional draw going?
I think so. So you weapon down the 2/4, you kill off any of these minions, essentially, and then just play the Loot Hoarder and Tarim. Then there's 2 3/3s on your opponent's board against a 3/7 taunt, and you have 2 further 3/3s behind that. Hellfire will deal with it pretty nicely for Donde, but... the threats are almost starting to run dry.
Yep. Now Donde's getting low on threats. That took a little bit longer than we thought, but...
Yep, but here we go. Speaking of threats, this is Twilight Drake.
Twilight Drake's pretty good. Twilight Drake is a pretty good threat. So...
Can just clear the board with Hellfire here and play a Twilight Drake. Even tap as well. I think Donde needs to be tapping as much as possible to get these hooked Reavers into range before Rumham draws into that second equality.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. So, well, of course, if you're in Hellfire, you probably want to Hellfire first. It's one of the few times you don't want to.
Or maybe
Then you're just taking 3 health off of it.
I think.
Or actually, it looks like he's actually thinking about using the Spellstone to assist in killing the Tarim and then just push face.
I'm not so sure about this because with double Hooked Reaver in hand, I don't want to play this Spellstone. And of course, Tap Blast.
Yeah.
So I imagine this Loot Hoarder is going to kill off this 3/3. I'm actually going for the...
Well,
8.
there's Crystal Smith Kangor, so I mean that can
I'm a little...
gain some additional health.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about Crystal Smith Kangor in this deck because there's no buff cards for it. I could play Crystal Smith Kangor and True Silver Champion, then that would heal for 4. Or could Prismatic...
Problem is it still won't kill Twilight Drake, even if you put the Blood Knight into the Mossy Horror.
Yeah.
He might be thinking, actually, you know what? There may be a better route here. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, Wild Pyro Consecration does clear the board. And it leaves him with a 3/1.
And Crystal Smith Kangor comes down because you may as well in this position. Now, Defiled's a little awkward for Donde. Does not kill this Crystal Smith Kangor thanks to the Divine Shield. And his hand is starting to run dry a little bit. He has these 4 mana 4/4s, but he'd really like them to be 4 mana 7/7s with the Hooked Reavers. And because he played the Spellstone last turn rather than the Hellfire, he is quite far away from that being an eventuality.
Yeah, it's...
And he hasn't tapped for something like 4 turns now. And he's actually using the Spellstone, and then he's just going to heal. I think this is just...
like,
I give up on Hooked Reaver. Hooked Reaver is not happening.
I mean, he knows this is 1-turn kill. It's like,
He's being
the
very
Hooked
passive.
Reavers are, very, very passive.
Right?
Okay,
And,
that's a minor
and
change.
Call to Arms has been unnerved, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Thank you, Prismatic Lens or whatever.
But I do think you gotta kill this 4/4. No, he's just gonna play the Call to Arms. Gets
There's only 2, yeah. Good news, the additional 1 mana was used to play the other thing that would have come out anyway.
And this is lethal. Assuming Donde spots it, of course. The Spellbreaker on the Righteous Protector goes face.
Yep.
And Brumham punished for not clearing the 4/4 there. He was a little greedy at, I'm going to say, the wrong time in the game. Amusingly ends at 0 health with 3 armor. But still dead.
Yeah, still dead. Yeah. Armor is useless if you are actually dead. So,
Can confirm, as anyone who's ever UI'd themselves to death with fatigue can attest, that 5 armor at the end doesn't really do very much.
So now we have the...
And now we have the
Hunter.
really bad matchup for the Paladin. Like, that was the one that we considered quite good, and I've got to say, I'm not particularly impressed with how Rumham handled that game. He was very spendthrift with a lot of his resources there, and he just ran out of resources. While Donde was just about able to get over the line with his own threats.
Yeah.
But now Rumham needs to be really careful with how he uses his resources in this match. Because...
Yeah, it's like, because since this is Death Rattle Hunter, or Cube Hunter, depending on how you want to call it, your board wipes now become somewhat of a liability, because you might just give your opponent a decent board just from killing it.
Yep.
In the first place.
Rough time all round, and again, Rumham with nary a Call to Arms in sight.
Now for Donde, at least he has the Kel'Seth on turn 2, so that's actually a good start for him as well.
Yeah, this start's pretty good for Donde. As they go.
It should be easy turn 2 Kel'Seth, and use your weapon to kill it. Why not?
Who needs thinking? when you have autopilot.
I mean, it's probably Serenite. Yeah, Serenite. Probably.
Annoy module was
there.
okay. Serenite Shengang was okay. But not much going on for Donde right now. I imagine we're going to see a tracking into some kind of threat.
Actually, he might coin out. Yeah, he might coin out flanking straight here and use his weapon to finish it off.
I suppose it's okay. Why not? And we'll get to see whether Rumham elects to go for the Serenite Chain Gang to try and stay off some of this pressure, or if he's going to go for the Prismatic Lens to try and maybe find Call to Arms. Call to Arms, even at 5 mana, being by far the best card in this and a lot of other decks. And there's just Houndmaster Shore on 4 off the top of the deck.
But we might see the other flanking straight now. Just use flanking straight and use the first wolf to clear it, and then.
I know, I really like Houndmaster Shore on 4.
I do too. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Houndmaster Shore is better. Is that you still have the clear. You don't need to use flanking straight yet.
The Flanking Strike is much better when Houndmaster Shore is on the board. Keegan Adventure on 5 doesn't seem unappetizing. It's a whole turn before Mossy Horror becomes a threat, so you do kind of want to get it out early if you are Rumham. And we're going to see another tracking for something to maybe do. An egg with this play dead that just came off the top is pretty good.
Oof.
And this egg can attack
excellent.
as well. Because it has 1 attack thanks to Kelazeth. And this is looking really bad for Rumham. Yeah, this isn't looking particularly good.
And Rumham, no equality to pair with a Consecration or a Wild Pyro yet.
Nope. Not very much of anything, it's got to be said. He's really bad at drawing Call to Arms, isn't he?
Yeah, it's like, the Prismatic Lens, not really what you're looking for at the moment.
Yeah, this was the matchup that he really wanted to avoid, and he's found himself in it, and everything's just so awkward because even if he has clears, there's this egg on board, and it's going to deal with.
I'm trying to think of a better option here. Is like, I mean, he could Wild Pyro Consecrate, but he's got a Prismatic Lens and see what here. He's got Krangor and Shrink Ray. Okay, a two mana Shrink Ray might be decent down the road. Actually, 2 mana Shrink Ray when combined with Wild Pyro in a future turn would be reasonable.
Pretty good. Reasonable. Okay, I'm gonna go with not the best.
I mean, it's basically an equality now. The only difference is if anything does live, it's a 1/1.
And there's Terrascale Stalker. Which
Yeah, right, that's a problem.
That's a 3 mana 9/9. Oy, oy, oy. And this 1/3 can even clear off this 2/1 if he wants to. Nope. Just gonna send as much damage possible to face and preserve as much as possible. I think we are going to see a clear of some kind here.
It's got to be Pyro Shrink Ray. I think is like, I mean, it leaves you with a 5/5, but that's about your only option at the moment.
5/5 is better than the 19 damage currently facing down, which is exact lethal. It's worth noting.
Yes. Yeah. You hate to do it, but I think you're at a point you got to do it.
Yeah, that 100% needs to happen right now. The Shrink Ray or perhaps the Shrink Ray Consecration is also an option, but something alongside this Shrink Ray needs to happen right now. I could even play the Righteous Protector to follow it up. And
give yourself a little bit of protection from that 5/5.
Just a little bit of breathing room is much needed. That's a pretty good draw.
Yeah.
Like, Donde was very close to just closing out this game with purely the Death Rattle package in his deck, but now he's got Deathstalker Exile alongside all of that stuff. But it looks like he's going to value the steady shot for at least a little while longer. And this actually sets up for quite a nice consecration for Rumham.
Yeah, this works out very nicely.
Deal 3 damage, then Thalmus finish off the 5-1, draw a card, and then see what you have. Really needs Uther the Death Knight at some point very soon, but maybe there's hope for Rumham now. And I think after Dundee sees this, he is going to start gravitating towards the Rexar plan. And
that's your win condition.
Yeah, this is... I don't agree with that whatsoever.
No, it's like, no, because...
How do you win the game now?
Unless you have a way to bounce it back, like, you just,
I mean, there is a way to bounce it back. It's the other Ancient Brewmaster.
Right, which is not good either.
Is Rumham intending to win this game on tempo alone? Like, maybe that would be achievable.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, I
apologize.
apologize. He's got Zola. He can Zola the.
I know there's Zola, but the deck runs precisely 2 Ancient Brewmasters and Zola the Gorgon. So the idea is you put 3 of the 4 horsemen in your hand, you play them all, and then you hero power. Oh,
you're correct. Yeah, because you need that Zola for that as well.
There is the Blackboard Pixie as well, but this does kind of rely on something sticking around at some point. But Rumham's going to do his best to try and stave off the board presence right now. This Truce of a Champion might cause a Gluttonous Ooze to come down, and if this Gluttonous Ooze does come down, that means it's not coming down on whatever Uther's weapon is called.
Yeah, I think you gotta leave this weapon up, unfortunately. It's like, I mean, you can clear off the Krangor with Deathstalker Rexar.
Yep. And now we are into Beast mode. Jordan McCaw could get you something useful, Ironbeak Owl could silence something down the line, or Pterodax Hatchling is probably the biggest threat. Of course, in Spectator mode, it doesn't actually tell us what anyone picked. Please fix that, Blizzard.
Yeah.
So,
I think you got the stealth.
Went for the Ironbeak Owl and the Snowflipper Penguin, and Call to Arms has finally appeared. And I'm not too sure what exactly is left in the deck. There should be a Wild Pyromancer. There is. There's a Loot Hoarder. There's a Righteous Protector. So, some stuff, and some stuff is not that bad when you have Sunkeeper Tarim in your hand.
Yep. And especially with no...
Whoa! Yep, Rumham is going on the aggressive, I think. He's going to try and end the game through minions.
It might not be the worst plan. It might not be the worst plan in the world, because right now...
There's an exploding bloatbat, never mind.
Oh, never mind.
There goes any of that plan.
Okay. It's like...
It was nice while it lasted.
Well, okay, so good news is it didn't get rush, or charge, so it can't activate now, but...
Bad news is he can give it poisonous. No, actually, if he plays it out now, though, the Sunkeeper Tarim is going to mean that the 2 damage does not kill anything.
Correct, yes.
So, I think he should have gone for the poisonous there and held out for a Death Rattle activator. Oh, and he's playing it now. That was, I think, Dundee's... This game's so weird. So I think this is going to be a silence on the Loot Hoarder, perhaps. Dundee seems very unsure of what he wants to be doing with this turn, and the rope's taken, my friend.
Alright, he's going to use the weapon to kill the... So get something off the board here.
Yep.
Well, there's Uther.
There is the Uther, but Dundee has been holding on to the Gluttonous Ooze for quite a while now. And...
honestly, this really looks like a righteous protector,
hero power, and
hero power Tarim. Yeah,
I think so too. I want to like Rumham. Like this just doesn't make a great deal of sense with the way that Rumham's approached this game so far. Although this, I guess, makes some amount of sense. Yeah,
Okay, so that's
he's going full aggressive. This is, I guess, why the Blood Knight is in this deck, and this sets up lethal.
He actually has.
This is actually
wow.
set up lethal, and Dante needs to build a beast to clear this board.
A taunt.
What the
Oh
hell?
my gosh.
Happening? He didn't get it. Rumham's just out-tempoed Death Rattle Hunter with
What
Exodia
the
Paladin.
world just-
Oh my
God.
Dunde's got no outs. He's just dead on the board. We disagreed with the Ancient Brewmaster, with the Soul of the Gorgon, but Rumham's just done it.
Wow. What can you say about this match? But wow. Like, oh my gosh.
Kudos to Rumham for that. Honestly, that was not the game plan I would have gone for, but that's why Rumham's won the tournament, and we're just casting it.
Wow.
That was really cool and really well played.
That was. Can we get him in here for an interview? It's like, wow. How in the world did he piece together that was the line? Like, of everything. Like,
I mean, I guess it does make some modicum of sense. Like, I play a lot of Odd Warrior, and a lot of how you win that much is through tempo, but I think probably many of us, you included, would kind of think, okay, I'm an OTK deck. I need to win with the OTK.
right. It's like, yeah, because, I mean, when I said it earlier, I mean, I meant it, is OTK Paladin is about one of the most controlling decks out there. Maybe next to, like, Big Spell Mage and some other things, possibly. But Rumham just won it as a mid-range tempo deck, tossing out the things that he needed for his one-turn kill.
Played a 4-mana 5/4, just played a 3-mana 2/2. Sunkeeper Tarim is just an insane card. Tarim just won that game by itself, pretty much.
Oh my gosh! Like, I can't believe that. So it's just
Rumham is our champion.
Champion.
For the September THL Open Series.
and in style, I might add.
Yeah,
Like,
that was a hell of a game. We were big fans of Rumham's lineup when we first saw him, just off the Even Shaman. But the Paladin was just as cool, I gotta say. And like, he did it with a very unconventional lineup. He didn't bring Warlock and he didn't bring Druid. Not bringing Druid and winning the tournament it's pretty good going. And with OTK Paladin and with Even Shaman. Like, Odd Rogue was probably like the only Odd Rogue and Secret Hunter are fairly conventional decks, but he had two pretty cool decks in his lineup too. So I'm pretty happy to see him win.
it's like, no, I'm glad the weird lineup, the elemental even shaman, and then this OTK is like, oh my gosh. So
yeah, so shoutouts to him, and of course commiserations to Donde. So Rumham has just won himself 15 Boomsday Project packs, 2 months of provided by Saku, of course, resident member of Team Health League, and 2 months of HS Replay Premium provided to us by hsreplay.net. Remember, if you want to get yourself some stats, to get yourself on there as well and have a look-see at what's going on. And of course, this is the THL Open Series, so Rumham has won himself 30 THL Open points, and I don't believe he played in the previous tournament, did he?
He did not.
So that's put 30, but it's put himself well on the board for December's big tournament qualification. While Donde gets himself 25 points, which I believe puts him second place overall, just after Bill Snyder. As well as 7...
Sorry, let me put some points in real quick, and I can. You keep talking about. I'll give you kind of the heads up on where we are with points right now.
Yeah. So Donde has also won himself 7 Boomsday Project packs, a month of HS3 Premium, as well as those 25 points. And do we have a result in our off-stream third place game?
Do we have a result on that? I haven't even looked.
Oh yes, we do. Choco swept Bill Snyder 3-0, and that's quite a surprising result because Bill Snyder's been putting in some serious results in these tournaments. So very surprised to see him just get knocked out like that.
Huge shocker there. So all right, so Choco's going to walk out of here with 23 points. Bill Snyder's going to walk out of here with 20 points. So after the first 2 months of the Open, we are now currently at, let me do the sort total points. All right, so Bill Snyder does retain the lead with 50 points overall. Donde is currently in second with 35 points. Imposition and Rumham are now tied in third and fourth for 30 points. Then we have Lefty, Tomlock, Chaco, Hiseski, Amin 4G, Thunderfish, Darkhawk, Ace, Revenant. Kind of just going all the way down right now. Yeah, and right now we have a clean cut top 16. There's 16 players. 15 of the 16, and then we have a whole bunch of 10 points at the bottom. So
Okay.
Bill Snyder currently leader, but now Runham, one tournament win, is now right in the mix for the THL Open Series Championship in December.
Yep, so Bill Snyder is still the person to catch up to even after that fourth place finish.
Yeah,
but...
I gotta say that is insane too. It's like both, Donde second place in the tournament, Bill has a first and a fourth, and he's still leading by 15 some odd points.
Yep,
he is catchable. He is catchable in the last two tournaments.
Yeah, but the leading pack is starting to define themselves now, so it'll be very interesting to see what the next installment of the THL Open Series holds.
Yeah, it's definitely. Keep an eye on the Discord, the Facebook. We're going to be announcing it everywhere. I don't have an exact date for the October version, but it's going to be somewhere. It's going to be some weekend.
Anywhere.
Yeah, it's going to be somewhere. But yeah, keep an eye on the website. Keep an eye on the Discord. Keep an eye on the THL Facebook for more information. Also, this would be a good time if you want to subscribe to the Team Hearth League Twitch stream, which you're currently watching. One, you get very cool emotes. You get very cool emotes for this, and we'll talk about it on all our streams as well. So we'll talk about it on our, Tavern Talk. We'll talk about it on Sylvanas Saloon, Friday Night Fight, Salty Saturday, and even this afternoon. Come back. We're gonna have Sunday Showdown this afternoon. So hit that subscribe button. Hit the thing to tell you when we go live. The notifications, Twitch notifications, and awesome.
Should be good.
Plenty
you get a lot of great content.
Yes, plenty of great content, and yes, and all this Twitch subs go to one, doing things like today, providing packs for our Open Series, as well as helping to maintain the website and do a bunch of other things.
All the good
maintain
stuff.
The website, all the good stuff for
Help
THL.
Keep THL running smoothly, or at least as smoothly as it possibly can hope to run. So, with that, Force, do we have any other announcements? Anything else to plug?
I don't think we do. It's as I said, main thing is just just subscribe. Thank you for HS Replay. Thank you for Team Hearthley for supplying the packs for 2nd through 8th, and thank you for Saku. Nice guy Saku coming through for the first place prize. So congratulations to him on thank you to him for doing that, and finally just congratulations to Rumham.
Shout out to Rumham. Shout out to all the players we had on stream today.
Yes, thank you for everybody coming
showing. And could say thank you, Force, for joining me through much of today, and thank you to Risen for filling in for the round of 8. Much appreciated.
Yeah, thank you. No, not a problem. It was awesome to get to do a little casting with you this afternoon, and so I think everything was just awesome. It's we're done. We're ready to get out of here. So.
Yep, it's time for me to go and have some dinner because it's 10 in the evening for me. So thank you everyone who tuned in, and we'll see you around at some point. Remember to tune in for Sunday Showdown tonight, and we'll see you then.
Bye, everybody.